of moving it. Let's make the package so you got 5 days.
Well, yeah.
I'm good with that because then that sets us up to make sure it's just that additions are always gonna be additions because those are gonna come in during those days.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, we on?
Yes, we're on.
Okay, we'll call to order at 9:34.
Yeah.
Okay, agenda is in front of us. Motion to adopt agenda.
I have one addition I would like
Oh,
you to add.
Okay,
11.7, no stone left alone.
okay, is this one?
Yes,
Okay. 11.7, that's correspondence.
yes.
And any other additions? Okay, hearing none.
You put their name on it and you're going to do it?
Sure. And then the minutes of the previous meeting on, in September on 17th. We had ERCMP, we had shoreline management, we had, yeah, I think. Any comments on the minutes? Hearing none. Move to accept the minutes as presented.
I can.
Okay. All in favor? Pass. Okay, moving on to the first, I guess I could use this instead of first. Okay,
Right, oh, I close that because I don't want to maximize my screen.
Sorry about that.
we good? No public hearing scheduled, no delegation scheduled. Jumping right into 6.1, dead standing tree management on municipal reserve and recreational lease lands. So we've got we've drafted up a new policy.
Based on what your guys' kind of feedback, the points were, I decided to tear it apart and create a simpler formatted.
It still addresses,
Yes,
all
it
the
still addresses, but makes it pretty clear. And a lot of this also comes into play with the insurance, because the insurance is also, if we do have that record, that we've done a review, then anything that becomes out, like a windstorm happens, that's an act of nature. And
that we've done our due diligence by doing our.
Exactly. So this just kind of lays it out very simplified. It also covers off that this way, if we go send an employee to review it and we say, no, it's not dead, and they disagree, there's an opportunity for them to have steps that they can take for us to be able to meet. I don't want it to be that we're the end all, because we're not.
Okay, I had a question about fire risk mitigation number 11.
Number 11, yeah.
I'm not sure what the second bullet means.
So ignition sources are prohibited near removal sites during high risk periods.
What does that mean?
To me, that would mean don't run your chainsaw when
Yes.
pollen is floating all around to cut down the tree.
Or don't have a fire near a prohibited near
Well,
removal site. So if you've got a pile of debris, you don't want to have your fire there when you got debris there.
But what's that got to do with tree policy.org?
Okay.
The tree policy right there.
Yeah, this is under the tree policy. What?
It's more for us that the municipality will issue annual advisories regarding spring fire risk or popular pollen and dry vegetation. Ignition sources are prohibited near removal sites during high risk periods. So removal sites is sites that we choose.
Wouldn't that be covered off by the fire restrictions and the fire bans and all of that during high risk periods? I just wasn't sure. I guess fine. I just wasn't sure.
You would, yeah.
We can remove that one if you want me to remove it. The municipality will coordinate with the local fire department to mitigate fire risk factors and ensure
Yep.
compliance with local fire advisories. So
So, yeah, so the annual fire advisories, that's more, I think, is it not just around use of the fire pits and all that sort of thing? You could just say, change the second point to, tree removal work may be restricted
Maybe restricted
during high risk periods.
Sure.
okay,
You know, that
I'd be okay with that. I just, yeah,
Yeah.
tree removal work will be restricted.
maybe restricted.
Maybe restricted during high risk.
Okay.
So that just says, hey, we'd like to take that one down, but we can't because there's a fire.
Yeah, it's too dry right now.
Too dry and, yeah, and the fluff is active and all, whatever. Okay,
Just
So
the
that's
one other,
amending third point 11. Second
yeah,
point 11.
just the one thing is, when we got this, shoreline, management plan, there are actually 3 different reserves. There's the MR, the ER, and the reserve, and there seem to be some indication that that reserve probably was the same as the ER, but it is a separate designation that is in here, and so I'm wondering if that should be included in all of these as well.
I was wondering about that too. But they did say R back in the day meant ER. So if you want, why don't I just I can add in under the scope that all municipal reserves and under the definitions reserve.
Right, so in like a number 12, you've got MR, ER, you could go /R again.
Yeah,
Just so that it is consistent with
the naming things.
the naming things, otherwise we're not consistent.
Yeah,
so anywhere,
and I didn't necessarily get the message that R is equivalent to ER. It was just back in the day, there was no designation between MR and ER, so everything
Yeah.
was R.
everything was R, yeah.
So
We're still, it's a gray area.
it's gray area, so I wouldn't say it's equivalent to ER, it's just,
So how
It's a
we'll,
third.
it's a
It's-
reserve of some sort.
It's
so we'll amend all of those, anything that has municipal reserve or ER, that you'll add an R.
Reserving.
Are we still doing it under scope?
It should go under scope, definitions, and then under, I think it was 12.
And
just
policy
to-
statement as well.
Yeah,
several
yeah,
places.
wherever
Wherever.
that it needs to be.
Okay,
Yeah.
also, the question I had on,
It could also, if you want to avoid confusion, because a lot of people are gonna say, what the heck is R? It could potentially be up in the definitions,
Mhm.
and you could say, these also include the legacy definition of R. and
That's
cover-
why-
Cover
that's
maybe
not a
once
bad
at the
idea.
top.
That's why I thought it needs to go in the definitions
As well.
too.
It does, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
okay, on the application form, and I think in some of the language, debris will be removed to private property. So if they cut down a tree on MR, if we cut it down, then we're responsible to either leave it lying there dead so it decomposes or remove it,
Yeah.
depending if it's on a trail but if it falls into the forest, do they need to remove a tree that they cut down near their backyard that they just cut down because it was potential, and we've approved it, that might damage their fence or their house or something? Do we need to have that removed to their private property?
The reason is because when we were doing the walk on the shoreline, if you looked at everything, there's an awful lot of stacked stuff that was left there so that people could just pick up and nobody's picked up.
Yeah.
So the reason is we'll have our own amount
Yeah,
that we will monitor. But if we continue to let it be, everybody's allowed to do the same, it could get pretty convoluted when everybody's keeping it all piled everywhere along the beach.
So the problem isn't, I agree with what you're saying, the problem isn't necessarily that the tree has to be removed, it's just that the tree cannot be stacked.
Yeah.
Right, because
So-
the one fellow
they
said
didn't
it,
like that.
they didn't like that it was cut up and stacked. They would much prefer to leave it lying flat
Leave lying flat or.
and
Or
allow it
remove
to, or removed, leave it lying flat or remove it.
Right,
Because-
but you have to remember that there's a lot that we're gonna try and do ourselves, and then you're gonna have additional going on, so how much do we want to build it up? Because it does eventually, if we don't manage it carefully ourselves, we're creating a fire risk, so do we wanna allow everybody to do the same?
Well, I think we could say the tree, the cut tree might be left to decompose naturally, or if being stacked to firewood, that has to be on private.
Private property,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I agree
Give
with
the
you.
option of just saying to let it rot naturally.
Yeah, so we could add another point of clarification in here with a check mark of, what are you gonna do?
Well, it is, it's in the application
What's in the application?
saying,
Yeah.
it's in the application saying, are you going to remove it?
To your private property.
There you go.
Yeah, to your private property,
Okay,
so
but-
it's in there, but we need to have some verbiage that says, you know,
Hmm.
if it's cut down, approved and cut down, what is done with it?
Okay. So we need to add a point, depending on the situation, we may allow some of it to stay
Just
where it is.
just stay to decompose on the natural land, or
And
if
that,
it's bucked up. Or even, cause it was, somebody had stacked a bunch of branches, took the cord of wood.
Yeah.
But they stacked a bunch of branches and it was right near the shore and they felt that it was damaging
so,
the under.
Yeah,
so when I get a permit, Alberta forestry permit to cut a tree on crown land, it says that debris must be left scattered.
Okay,
So we could use that same
Yeah.
sort of
I
verbiage.
like that.
So
Yeah.
debris must be left scattered,
or
Yeah.
removed,
or removed, cannot make piles or,
something like that.
or firewood stacks on MR.
It was the piles that that environment didn't like.
Okay, so we will amend the application part of it to add that kind of
Okay.
verbiage in
And
it.
it was both on the application form and it was also on the approval letter template. It was
Okay.
number 4, remove all debris from municipal property. So just again, that's fine, but we need to clarify what that means.
And then in here, I believe it was in here and I just can't find it right at the moment, was, the ability to access. So it's on number
Right.
8, where private property access is impractical, because lots of these lots don't have access. Limited access through the shoreline or frozen ground fault may be approved. So that needs to be into, you've got access and removal plan, describe access and removal, but we need to have something in there that says, yeah, you've got approval to drive on the shoreline to get there.
Yeah.
Cause right now, there's no vehicles allowed on the shoreline, right?
Yeah. No.
So on that application,
So the application has to have that we are giving
If
approval.
we give,
if we give approval,
Okay,
if there's no other way to access it.
cause you've got access and removal plan, describe access and removal plan. And then if required, I don't know how you're gonna term that, but they need, village authorization.
As per.
and maybe that is in the application form.
Yeah.
I think it should.
Well, that's,
clearly go
that's
in there.
very, that's
Yeah.
where I'm
Yeah.
looking is the application form.
Yep,
needs to be
okay,
on
so we will application for revision.
Okay.
Clarify 8.
So is that it? Are we okay now?
I have a number of points that
Yeah.
I wanted to go through.
Please.
I think this is really good, but I think a couple things I'd like to add.
Okay.
Going back up to the policy statement, I think I'd like to add a second paragraph to the policy statement, to the effect, and I made the notes here. The effect of favoring keeping significant portions of the MR wild, or ER, whatever, are
Natural.
wild and natural, recognizing that dead standing trees offer valuable wildlife habitat and are part of the natural and beneficial forest ecosystem. However, at times, dead standing trees may present hazards that warrant mitigation, because to me, this kind of read, yeah, we got a policy, anytime we see a dead tree, come report it, we're gonna get rid of it. And that's not
That's not what we.
what we're trying to do. We want to keep ideally we want to keep it as natural. There are benefits to the dead standing trees. We just want to be able to deal with ones that are
That-
making people lose
Yeah.
sleep.
So that's at number 2 under purpose.
It is, yeah.
Policy statement. Policy statement under number 1.
So you're saying you want to see the policy statement a little beefier, and the purpose then still would be okay, because that does cover off.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
but the policy statement, just says, we'll manage dead
Yeah.
standing trees. Well, what
Why?
does that mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh my God, dead standing tree,
I know. And
and-
you're trying, what you're adding in is that extra texture.
Yeah, the context of,
Yeah.
best left untouched is the best answer.
Could you email that
Yeah, please.
later?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll send that.
Yeah.
And then get that.
Whatever you guys do,
Okay.
you are
I can
saying
copy,
all
I
the
can copy and paste
amendments, and then we will bring it back for final
Okay.
approval.
that. Okay, and then just, to keep in mind, I think as we're going through this, we talked about mitigates fire risk. It was interesting to hear the Alberta Environment Guy saying that's
It's not a fire risk, yeah.
you
Just
know.
because it's a standing dead tree doesn't mean it's a fire risk.
Right.
Yeah. So just to,
Did you want that removed, or do you want?
well,
No, I would leave it in there.
It is one of the reasons.
It is one of the reasons.
Yeah.
But the likelihood of it happening isn't necessarily the reason why you would remove that tree.
That's right.
okay, going through, I have a few other comments here, just let me go
In
through.
fact, the removal criteria doesn't talk about fire
No, it does not.
in number 6.
When we go into, the definitions, number 4,
Yeah,
I would, where it says a tree that is lacking live foliage and lifeless, I would add like over the entire height of the tree. Because I think we were talking about that as well, that, you had trees that the tops were dead, the bottoms were live. Would you remove those? And at this point, I think I would say no. I guess it comes down to, again, how much of a hazard it is,
But
and I
again,
think that would be where the arborist thing needs to come in, and that's why I added.
Yeah.
The arborist thing is because,
It was interesting though, it was interesting though to listen to the gentleman talk about the fact that you may have a tree that may have foliage on the top or on the bottom, but there's 4 or 5 dead trees around it. And the pod concept, that these trees were all in a pod and would within the next year or 2 all eventually die. So lacking live foliage, I think, is a reasonable terminology, because there still may be foliage, but that tree it's on its last legs. So if there's only 1 or 2 branches that are on the lower branches that still might have some foliage, it could be on its way out. But I found that pod concept very interesting.
It was, yeah. Okay, well, we can.
And
leave
it
with
still
that.
is, the removal is still subject to the
Approval.
3 items above.
Yeah.
Or the
Right.
removal criteria in 6.
Right,
So just because it's dead and standing in the middle of the municipal reserve, if it's not creating an imminent hazard,
Yeah.
if it's not threatening infrastructure or shoreline development or obstructing maintenance activities, then it stays.
Yeah.
Kind of has to meet those removal criteria
okay.
or it stays.
So it doesn't really make too much of a difference whether it's 100% dead or 90% dead, yeah.
Yeah.
If it
Agreed.
meets those criteria, then we'd have to look at that.
Okay,
And what about, he also had made a comment about the trees that had fallen and would have fallen to the ground naturally, but have gotten hung up on other trees.
what did he make a comment about?
That's what I can't remember. I was too.
He said if that was over a pathway that could potentially fall on somebody, then that is one that should be removed.
removed,
Right.
If it was in the middle of the forest,
And just
leave
leave
it alone.
Leave it alone. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what he
All
was
right.
basically saying. If
Okay.
it's dead,
Yeah.
or even if it's dead and already half fallen but not on the ground, unless it's a hazard to a pathway, a building, a structure, a maintenance guy, then it stays.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
what he basically said.
Okay,
Okay.
and we tried to clarify the pathways by saying municipal.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So-
And so
And do we want to also there, I mean, there's pathways that aren't, you know, where there's fully mature trees, do we wanna say maintained pathways or maintained? Do we wanna clarify that at all? Like there was a pathway between where the fire went, that technically is a pathway, is it not?
No, it's just MR at this point, we
Just MR.
haven't made a
Cause
path.
we didn't make a path.
Well,
There's
yeah,
no-
we did have that discussion last time, and yeah, it was tricky because there's a lot of
access
private
paths.
pathways, people were just made routes
Yeah.
through to reserve.
That's a
or-
different thing, yeah,
But if people are walking through an area, whether it's a trail that the village made or a trail that they made, and there's a tree that presents a hazard to fall, and they want to have it removed, I think that's
we'd have to
valid.
look at
I
that.
think it's valid,
You know,
I agree.
Yeah,
I think we'd have to look at that, yes,
yeah,
and
That-
make a decision.
And that's where the application comes in.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so point 5, responsibilities, residents.
Yeah.
Report suspected dead trees of concern. Not
Of
just,
concern.
yeah,
Okay.
right now it just says report dead trees.
Yeah.
Back to our original point.
Okay, got it.
Is it stated in there in point 5, who pays for the arborist?
It is in the application form, where, oh,
Should be in the policy.
that is the homeowner can hire the arborist.
Correct.
And it is in the application form also.
I'm just thinking-
But you're thinking there on there,
retain
point
that
5,
paid,
Yeah, yeah.
retain at residence expense, registered arborist when requested.
Retain, how did you put that again? Abby?
At residence,
At residence expense.
residence.
and that's only if they've
Yeah,
said,
under
I
fire
want it
resident
removed, and we decide that
point.
that's not, then
It's,
that's their
that's their
appeal process.
It could be phrased that way, or it could just be, you know, this is not, this is not a black and white situation. We need further expert.
Well, it would be denied. Would it not?
I don't know, would we deny and ask them to come back if it's a gray one, not a black and white, or would we say this is gray? This is where an arborist needs to give an opinion.
I think if it's gray,
And a lot of them are gonna be gray.
a lot of them are gonna be gray. I'm thinking that approval probably would not be given. Would it not?
Well, I think
That's-
we can approve, we can deny, or we can say we need an
Arborist.
arborist's
Correct.
At
opinion
your cost.
at your cost.
Yeah.
So there's 3 ways that we can respond. I don't think we necessarily need to jump to
No.
deny.
Yeah.
If we recognize that, no, I mean,
Yeah,
is
we
this
need
a hazard or not?
we need a more professional opinion.
Yeah.
And
And
If-
that was the intent, is to allow that opportunity of, you can get a professional, and if they add it, bring us the information, we could approve.
If it's obvious it's a hazard, we would approve. If it's obviously not a hazard, we would deny. If it's somewhere in between, you'd say, get an arborist report, and bring it to us.
or do they, when they come back and say it's on MR, why do I need an arborist? You should pay for the arborist.
Because then prove it's on MR.
Oh, well,
No, we can prove it's on MR something.
Yes,
Okay, so we
yes.
just say, okay, it's on MR, but we don't think it's a hazard, you do. So then I guess you should
It goes
get
through
an
the
arborist
same,
to back you up.
yeah,
Uh,
goes through the same
good
process.
point.
It's on MR, why is a resident hiring I'm paying for an arborist to request taking down a tree on MR?
Well, that's a good point. Okay.
It's
So
their only appeal process,
So,
the way that I look
I
at it.
guess there's different things. So it's over a trail, and the resident has reported it's a concern. It's gray area. It's
Over what?
It's a hazard, it's a hazard to a
So,
publicly used area.
okay,
then maybe there does have to be discretion of saying, well, it's kind of on us. It's not, I mean, if it's going to fall onto the resident's property, it's gonna fall onto a privately used trail that the residence has, then maybe they have the responsibility to hire the arborist. If it's a hazard to a commonly used area, then maybe we have the responsibility, because you're right, it's not really fair
The same.
to say, you know, you have to pay for the arborist for us to decide if it's a hazard to a beach access trail or
Yeah.
something like that.
The arborist thing is just that mechanism of being able to have something to fall back on if we turn around and say we still think it's alive. That's the, like,
Well, if it's an appeal process, then maybe we need to use
Term
that
it
terminology
as an
as,
appeal process.
you know, where it's unclear, if the tree condition is unclear, you know, is that an appeal may be requested or a second opinion or maybe requested or something like that. If it's an appeal process, let's label it as an appeal process of some sort. I don't want, like, how do you do that without getting really caught up in the formality of it?
Well, and here I'm thinking that if it becomes to a point that I feel it's a really bad gray area, I'd just bring it to you guys. With the policy definitions, and I would like your approval. And if there's an expense to the municipality, you need to approve it.
You've got that in number 7. If the tree, number 7.6, if tree condition is unclear, the applicant may be required to provide a certified arborist report. But I see what you're saying, if it's on the MR and they want it removed, and we've said, no, it's not posing a risk. How is the arborist going to assess risk on a public land? He's going to be able to assess whether or not the tree is dead. He won't assess whether or not it's a risk.
There's gonna be a lot of gray areas that we
Well,
can't fix. Yeah.
what's the point of getting the arborist?
It's to allow them the mechanism of if they don't agree with what we've determined, they have a mechanism.
Well, the mechanism, come back to council. If they disagree with administration, because administration's making this, if they disagree, then come back to council. I guess, and then we become tree experts and we have to decide that yes, it goes down, or we hire an arborist to.
Okay,
Yeah.
the purpose of an arborist is to decide whether or not the tree is dead or alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not to assess the risk level of that tree.
So who does?
So who assesses the risk level of that tree if there is a disagreement?
So maybe one way to look at it is who is going to pick up the cost of taking down the tree? If it's, you know, a common thing that we're talking about is if the resident is saying it's across the trail I'm using, it's threatening to damage my property if it falls, we would say, okay, we give approval, this is at your expense. If it's, you know, a tree that's leaning over a beach access, it would be, I imagine we'd say, we'll take on the expense of it. It's, you
Yes.
know, it's not, the
So if
residence is reporting it to us as a concern, but it's not the resident's responsibility to take it out.
So the differentiation that I'm hearing is that if it is a public access if it's a public access that we maintain, we deal with the tree and we consider whether or not it is a risk and remove it. If it is a private access, for example, there's so many people
The
that
walkways.
they've got walkways down to the beach, and they're saying it's a risk. I want this tree removed. Is that still our responsibility, or is that the resident's responsibility?
I don't know. I go back and forth on this. You know, in cases where I had a tree come down and fall across onto my property and almost caused damage to my shed. It caused damage to the fence, but not the shed. And I looked at other trees up there. I say, Ike's, that's gonna come down and that might hit it, you know, my structures. Is that my responsibility or is that your responsibility as the village?
And then with the shoreline walk, you have to look at. We make accesses. Why are we making accesses when everybody else is making accesses? And we're supposed to maintain a certain part of it as very natural. I don't have an idea of the full balance of this because it was very, there's a lot of dynamics.
Well, what are we trying to event here? Are we trying to avoid the cost of taking down these trees? Or are we trying to tell residents they just can't willy-nilly cut down 12 trees?
That's the most
That's what we're
important.
trying to say.
Okay, so that's more like, if it's causing a hazard, they think it's a hazard, we think it's a hazard, or we don't think it's a hazard, then we've got some discussion to do. But if we don't want them just to go and say, there
I
was
gotta cut
12
down
trees
12
that were a
trees, yeah.
hazard, I cut them all down, which has happened.
Yeah.
So we want to avoid that.
Yes.
So
And then when you're talking about the trails that we do maintain, like beach accesses,
that's
we
different.
just cleared one.
Yep.
And paid for removal of it
Yep.
because it was a hazard.
That's a whole different,
Yeah, that's not
it's a
this.
whole different ballgame. This is, to me, this is something that is, and it's not just dead trees, it is also, the lower, brush. Because I've seen properties where they've gone in, they've left all the large trees standing, but they've cleared all of the brush.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, my property is one prime example. I didn't do it, but
It
it's
was
there and it's just totally cleared. But I've also seen where people have come in, they've left all the trees standing, but they've cleared all the lower brush, and they've also talked about that. And
Yeah.
that isn't addressed in here either.
We're not gonna come to a decision on this today.
No.
I think we need to send this back and kind of look at some of those challenges.
Yeah.
And I think some of it is good, but I don't think it's quite all there.
Can we, if Paul, did you have more comments that were there?
I think a lot of them we've already talked about from the things you have brought up. One thing I was wondering about timing and access restrictions.
Yeah.
Non-emergency removals permitted between October 15th and March 31st only. So we're saying you cannot remove a tree in the spring or summer unless it's an emergency.
That to do with nesting? Yeah, non-emergency removals permitted, so it's non-emergent. No removals during spring thaw or high erosion periods, which would be pretty
Okay.
standard on the main areas.
Yeah.
All shoreline recreational lease removals must comply with Alberta environment lease requirements.
Okay, but I'm just wondering why we wouldn't allow anything between April and October.
In the
Here.
summer when people are here.
And when the foliage is on the trees, so we can judge that. And also because in the
But
permit,
it's called non-emergent for us, like, we're not gonna be out there doing a bunch of non-emergent stuff until the fall.
okay, well,
But non-emergent stuff isn't gonna be felt.
the permit says you're supposed to remove it within 30 days of approval,
Yes.
yet not between April and October. So,
Conflict there.
I
yeah.
need to clarify because I think this had to do with the lakefront properties. If we were gonna be doing anything using the beach, it had to be more or less while it was still the cold, frozen, so least amount of disturbance.
Well,
But
that's
I'll
fair
clarify
enough,
that.
but you know, if it's not spring thaw, if it's not high erosion periods, I think I don't know about the bird nesting part, but you know, I would think that to say somebody can't take down their tree in August
What about this?
under normal circumstances is,
Seasonal and under environmental protection, seasonal shoreline restrictions. Would that cover that?
I,
Seasonal shoreline restrictions, October 15th to March 31st. Well, that's the other way around.
so I was talking about if they need to get equipment down there as opposed to just a guy with a chainsaw.
I think so.
Yeah,
yeah,
But then that's almost backwards, isn't it? Saying this is
Because, I
seasonal
mean, if-
restriction over the winter,
Oh, yeah, well,
that's not, makes sense.
Yeah.
doesn't make sense for the other one, but I can see that, cause you can't always get some potatoes, so tractor down there, but.
But in a lot of cases, especially if we're not hauling the tree out of there, it's a couple of people on foot with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
So it's not a high, the whole idea is that this is supposed to be not a high impact operation to
Yeah.
take out a dead standing hazardous tree.
Well, and the way that I look at it, I'm also looking at risk levels. If we're going to allow a tree to be cut down, there's a risk level, so it's emergent.
Yeah.
There's different levels of emergence.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about these dead trees coming down on my property, but I wouldn't say it's an emergent. When it's emergency, I'm thinking it's gotta be done today or somebody's gonna be killed. A tree is
Okay,
leaning right over a pathway. It's gonna come down.
Give a definition for emergent.
No, but I think we should
Okay.
have another definition for emergent.
Every hazardous tree you could argue is emergent.
Right.
But
Yes.
That's what I was
but
trying
some
to
are
get
more
at.
emergent than others, yeah.
So we'll put a definition for emergent.
Okay,
Okay.
I think we're gonna send this back and
Yeah.
get
Okay.
it reworked.
Yeah, and the time restrictions, yeah, like, I didn't totally agree with those either.
So clarify that and make it more clear, right?
So November meeting again?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, make
Okay.
amendments
Do
as.
you need a motion for that?
Yeah.
Okay, so a motion to send it back to administration and defer decision. That makes sense?
With make amendments
Make amendments.
Make amendments.
as discussed.
Just to move on. Okay, so now we have
Did I give me that?
sure,
Okay.
all in favor?
Yes.
Okay. Recognition and community promotion policy.
That's another one we just drafted for you.
Okay. Why the $1,000 limit in the actual policy?
Yeah.
I don't mind, we need to be very reasonable about this, but why do you set it in the policy, an annual limit of 1,000?
It just makes it so that I know to make sure in the budget, we have that in the budget.
But
of
isn't that
$1,000.
the council's decision to approve the budget and we could say, no, we want a $2,000 limit, or we want a $500 limit?
Yeah, you can change that, you can remove it.
I
it's
just
your
don't
call.
like limits in a policy, in any, kind of policy, that then that's our job and our responsibility to be fiscally responsible. By putting it in there, I'm not saying we would ever come across a point, but it just seems weird to put it in the policy.
That's
So-
true. I mean, I think it's a reasonable number, but yeah, that's council's decision at budget time.
And
Yeah.
So
that,
we'll leave it as council will include funds each year in the municipal budget and just remove that one line.
well, under key points of policy, just remove the sets the recommended limit. Isn't that where it goes?
No, it
Set
should
the
be under
recommended
policy.
annual limit.
Limit for recognition and it
As
should-
determined in the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than say of $1,000 as determined in budget.
Yeah, and I think it is under 5. Council will include funds each year in the municipal budget for recognition and community promotion.
Yep.
All spending must stay within this approved amount, be authorized by council or the CAO, depending on delegated authority.
Right.
And then the annual allocation should normally not exceed 1,000 unless council approves a higher
Maybe
amount.
just take that.
You
sentence
want
out.
that
Just
sentence
that
removed.
amount.
And the one in the policy, the
Yeah,
preamble,
the
the key
preamble.
points of policy, that's where I didn't like it. Is sets a recommended annual limit. And then it's-
Or,
Yeah,
It's under budget costs, it's in there 2 or 3 times.
Yeah,
okay.
just remove the $1,000.
Remove the limit.
It's just
cap.
set by,
And I think that'd be a good number to put in your draft budget to start.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only issue that I had is that under the budget and funding, and it's also set in the policy and the other. It says the CAO may approve smaller expenses within the available budget. I see an issue there because it could be, okay, CAO gets $100 request and another $100 request and another, those are all smaller expenses. All of a sudden, the $1,000 is used up and
Council
something
comes
comes.
and says, yeah,
I'm okay
comes and
with
says-
moving that, guys. Take it out.
No, I'm okay, but I would set a limit to 25% of the budgeted amount. just so that, okay, if there's a small $100 thing there, then 75% of it is up to council discretion, it comes to here. So if things like the Big Jack Classic or anything else comes up, then there is still some room left in that budget, rather than chewing it up in $100 increments or whatever.
Or should we just make it that anything still is approved through council? the way
I
it is
would
right now?
be.
You can, yeah.
I would be much happier. if it was
Leave it up
approved through
to us.
council.
I agree, just
Okay.
remove it completely.
And that's-
I don't think that, I saw that to approve smaller expenses. Okay, that kind of negates the whole thing, because you could spend $1,000 or without even, you know.
Oh,
It's in
that was
five.
my
It's
concern.
It's in there a couple places.
Okay, it's in the policy part
Yeah.
up top, and then it's under budget and funding number.
We'll remove CAO approval, it's just council approval. And then under 5, we'll remove the CAO and the approve smaller expenses.
Okay, and are we good to pass this with amendments as amended?
Yes.
Okay, Paul,
I'll-
you're,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who moved it
Oh,
though?
I'll make the motion, sorry,
okay,
Wait, you move the amendments?
with,
yes,
yeah, to approve it with amendments.
as amended.
As amended, yeah.
And then.
All in favor?
Removing the limit, and then it's just determined in budget and remove the CO approval for
Correct.
just council.
Correct.
Yes.
All
Yay.
that,
We have a policy now.
okay, snow removal. This one kind of threw me off.
Yeah.
I don't know why we need to change anything other than operational procedures. Like, is it my misunderstanding, or are we just saying we had some concerns or, you know, recognize that one area was not being properly bladed? But that was part of the policy, because it is part of Lakeview Ave. So why do we need a policy to change?
Okay, you've got this presented by Councillor Thorogood. First of all, I knew that I wanted to look at this policy, but I hadn't even begun to look at it yet to see what things were in there that I wanted changed. One is the designation of permanent residence and the windrows. That's one thing that has bothered me for a while, and I wanted to look at the older policy and this one and take a look at it. And then the second one was just the residents wanted a response as to why their particular area, when Lakeview Avenue was being plowed, it wasn't plowed all the way up to the end of that street,
Because it is part of Lakeview Ave.
because it is part of Lakeview Avenue.
So let's address that one first.
Okay,
So why, as part of the policy, it is, I think it's zone 3 or whatever that third level is.
yeah,
Why would that not have been removed, or why wouldn't it have been plowed as part of the program?
Was it
should
just,
have been.
I got the impression, because it's just right up at the very
Right
end
here.
where
It's
it
right at the
goes up
very end.
against the trail. And so I think they were saying that-
Comes down to Fourth,
Right.
and what's happening is they're, in their letter, they're saying that it's coming down, they're coming down around Fourth, and they're not coming up that short.
Oh, they're not doing that at all. I thought they were saying that the plows aren't getting right up to the very end, and that their access to their particular driveway
I
was,
think that is true.
So
was not.
grade the gravel in front of our property and clear the snow just as it is done in front of all other properties. Grass and weeds have grown over from the years, and I looked, yeah, it is weeded up. It is weedy up there in front of that property. There was a concern expressed that children would slip on their way to the playground. Well,
Yeah.
gravel, yeah, anyway. We were also told that the tractor can't access. No, the tractor or the snow
Yeah.
plow should be able to access it. So,
So
Like I
to
know
my mind,
we
I
were
think this is,
looking all the way up towards the gate. I remember your concern was, can we have, cause
That
you
big road,
walk
the
that way.
walkway, yeah.
So that's,
So I
that's
think-
where I'm confused.
so I think it's more that we're talking about just that last little bit.
Yep.
Of where it's getting up against that little pedestrian gate, and then they're feeling that it's impeding the access into their driveway, and whether it's
And
gravel
whether
or
it's
weedy or
that-
something like that.
and whether it's being plowed, yeah.
So the road technically goes right to the wooden
And that's why when we're plowing, you notice those big pile of snow
Yeah,
that we
he has to
put.
push it somewhere.
Yeah,
Well, I guess maybe we respond saying this is something that we'll assess, like we'll take a look at. When we see how the winter is, we'll pay attention to it. We'll
Yeah, we'll
discuss
pay, we'll
modifications.
pay better attention to it.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's moving where those wooden gates are so that the plow can get up another 15-20 feet maybe.
To get the
Yeah.
snow
Yeah,
farther
like I like
up.
having
Yeah.
a gate there to stop people from driving there, but you can maybe put one on the side, one that goes up to tennis courts and
Yeah.
one. And just open up another 15-20 feet if it's a matter of getting equipment far
And
enough up.
And as far as the
Or-
weeds and everything else, it just may be,
Yeah.
it just needs a load of gravel or some gravel put there, because
Yeah.
it has.
I'm not concerned about, I
No.
think that's kind of silly
Yeah.
because if somebody's gonna slip on those
Yeah.
weeds, they're gonna slip when they get past the.
Well, and that's what she's
Yeah.
saying, that's,
Yeah.
it's a silly reason, she just wants the gravel maintained.
But,
so
and
then we
maybe
should
it's,
assess this
Yeah.
year, and then if we have to move those gates
Yeah.
more, we will.
Yeah.
and maybe Alan can just say, well, I can probably push it, a little bit more and clear up. a
They
little
just
bit more
want
space.
access into their driveway.
And he can
Yeah.
just say, yeah, I'll just try to make sure that I keep that clear. Maybe it'll resolve itself if it's saying we're gonna.
Yep.
Watch it.
So how about the municipality will do its due diligence to assess the concern and
This winter.
to alleviate as much as we can this
Yep.
winter and then reassess in spring.
Okay, now this,
And
Is
then
that-
we can maybe encourage the resident to,
let us know if
let
it's
it,
working.
let us know if there's a particular time where it's a good example and we can, you or any of us.
We'll
can
monitor
bring
it,
down.
we'll take pictures and
Okay,
do a
good.
record. How's that?
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
second
Yeah.
part, you wanted to reopen the discussion on plowing, driveways.
Windrows on
Windrows. of-
permanent residents, I totally agree with the 72-hour.
Yep.
If you're not a permanent resident, absolutely, 72 hours, you're
Yep.
coming out, great, phone ya, gives Alan lots of time, gives you guys lots of time to process it. However, I believe that the level of service for permanent residents in the village needs to go up a little bit. And I really believe that there's a number of people in the village that don't have trucks or whatever, and no matter what size of windrow it is, 6 inches isn't very high, like that's like that. There's
Yeah.
lots of times the windrows on my driveway were like this. And I just happen to have a truck, but the other side of that is that windrow is also then very difficult to remove and everything else. I don't know about our equipment, but I would think it would be easy enough for the blade to be angled when you're going by all the permanent residents are marked.
Yeah.
That's what those little red things are, and
Yeah.
that is not addressed anywhere in this policy anymore.
So,
Oh, it was.
The 6 inches is,
yeah,
the 6
so
inch windrow is.
when they're plowing, like I recognize myself as a non-resident, he's not normally gonna plow it. I'll give 72 hours notice and that's awesome, very much appreciated.
Yeah.
For you as a permanent resident, he's not clearing the windrow at the time he's blading it or very shortly after anyways, as soon as he gets to
Correct.
it as priorities.
Correct.
He's coming
I'm
after the fact and doing that.
Not even coming after the fact.
No, he doesn't come in.
Because he's got too much other stuff to do. He's got lots of priorities to do,
So,
and
What is he
I'm-
doing for permanent residents? Nothing then?
nothing.
It says under 5C, which plowing services do not include. It says best efforts will be made to minimize the amount of snow deposited on driveways. Okay, road clearing. Staff will aim to avoid creating a snow ridge higher than 6 inches on residential driveways of permanent
Yeah,
residents.
yeah.
So that one might be.
However, discretion will be exercised based on factors such as the presence of hazards, the equipment's capabilities, and the priority level of snow accumulation of the event.
I think that needs to be its own number
Yeah.
after 4, because it says does not include, and then it says, but we'll do this. I think if we're going to, that's a policy that residential driveways that are occupied, permanent residents.
Yeah.
That one needs to be its own special bullet and pull that out and say,
Take
Because
C up.
does that
Yeah.
now say, hey, we're not gonna create a snow ridge higher than 6 inches on your permanent driveway, on your permanent resident driveway? Would that address your concerns? I think.
I believe so.
Yeah,
I believe so, yeah.
best efforts, we're not gonna.
Yes.
Yeah, best
I
efforts.
think.
I
we
mean,
need that
if you
word in
have a
there.
catastrophic,
Yeah, you're gonna get it off the
snowfall.
road.
Nobody's moving anywhere.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah.
But on a regular basis, I think that the equipment is such that the blade can be rotated, blade can be moved in order to, where you know that there's a permanent resident, actually don't put a snowdrift there.
Yeah.
I don't care about before or after. And I didn't care about it when I wasn't out here as a permanent resident.
Yeah,
But
you
I
can make your call.
because I would make my call. I'd 72 hours or I'd come out here and shovel to my heart's content. But because I knew that wasn't part of the level of service. But I believe that for our permanent residents out here, there should be a level of service.
Okay.
I'm thinking of some of the elderly people that are out here that really can't deal with it. If they have to get out in an emergency situation because they're living here full time, I want them to be able to get out.
So,
We'll move C to its own separate point.
yeah, and put in, permanent
Permanent.
residents.
Yeah.
Permanent identified residents or something like that, because
Okay.
they are identified, right, by the
Yeah.
little blue sticker?
Permanent identified.
And the process,
No.
is that identified in this policy that permanent residents are identified on the blue signs?
No.
I
No,
didn't see
It
it.
is not.
That needs to be included in here because, for
That's-
example, I've got someone who just moved in across the street from me. She will now be a permanent resident and she's not identified.
You might have.
See, this is going to be where it gets complicated is we do our best to identify.
But it's up to them to apply.
Yeah,
So you might have.
Yeah, which is, I agree with that. It's not up to you to figure it out. But the mechanism for them to apply for the,
Wouldn't that be the same though if they're leaving or if they sold and they're not a permanent resident anymore? We have to hopefully.
That's true. How do you,
How about,
Cause then also you might have all these little red stickers everywhere, but they're
Yeah.
not all.
can I have a little red sticker? Yeah.
somehow we're gonna reword that C point to its own and we're gonna add in the permanent residents
As identified.
as identified, or we'll need to contact the municipal office to.
Yeah, I think it's, there's
there's an annual process that the county does, right? Where they put a red flag or a green flag or every year or every fall, everybody applies and says, yeah, I want my driveway plowed or not, or whatever. If there could be some sort of an annual thing, and if you don't apply and you don't by such and such a date, then you're considered a non-permanent resident.
Does it have to be in the snow policy or is it just a policy permanent resident?
Why don't I
I
put
don't
a,
I think that's the only.
let us
Still-
rework and add something either as a schedule, or we'll clearly identify it here that you will have a deadline to let us know.
I mean,
Or an
Yeah.
application.
knowing how many permanent
Like,
residents
put
there are
an
is of
application.
interest to us, but is there really any reason for us to know about it other than snow removal?
No,
Other than snow removal.
No.
I don't think.
It also
I think-
goes toward some of our requisitions,
Yeah,
but
but,
that's
that would be an
that's a
official-
process that we can't
That's
change.
fair.
unless
yeah,
do
we
it
can't say, no, we,
No.
look, we count.
It
red
is just for
stickers
snow
and-
removal then.
yeah, like we went around and did this identification ourselves, just based on things, but we can add a deadline for if someone gets missed it.
I would just say residents are responsible to let us know
Yeah.
if they're
In
permanent or
writing.
something like that.
Yeah. Let
Yeah.
Let us know in writing that they become,
Become
permanent
mindful for
resident,
use.
or they're not, no longer a permanent resident.
Exactly.
Just if we put that clarifying in there, that should take care of it.
Okay,
Okay,
We'll
so
amend the policy with the amendments discussed.
Alright.
do we wanna approve that or do we wanna wait for it to come
I
back?
would like to wait for it to
Okay.
come back, please.
So you wanna make a motion?
I'll move to table it till
Okay,
the November meeting with suggested amendments.
I like that. Okay,
Perfect.
now we're gonna talk about business, boat launch proposal. I don't think anybody's really still not overly happy with.
Do you wanna
Having a
table this to January to talk about preliminary budget?
Well, it might be worth tabling until after the strategic, discussion.
Yeah, which is what I thought.
Hopefully December. So
Yeah,
it'll be
I'm working on a
January.
December date. I think we may have one just about close to around our council.
Because even with the process, even if we were to get the report and then come up with a plan, it's not, we're still not gonna have it for next year. There's no way. Because you'd have to go through all the approvals with Alberta Environment and,
We can get the grant in play, depending on what the costs are.
are you okay with deferring it?
I am, given that winter is imminent right now anyways, what I do want to, like, I think with the low lake level right now, this is an ideal time to be doing work with minimal disturbance. So, you know, I don't want to stall on it and then all of a sudden water levels up and we
Missed
maybe
it.
lost a window to do it easier. But I'm okay with putting it back a bit. I have one question. You talked about the potential of applying to MIS Capital for a grant. What is MIS?
MSI. It was supposed to be MSI, not MIS, but it's
Okay.
not MSI anymore, it's LGFF.
Yes.
Okay.
Changing the acronyms on
Okay.
us.
But
And
it's
then
ba-
the other one that would work would be our federal one, but it has to be construction.
So we can't even make the application until we have a lot more meat on the bone. That's the problem. We can't just say, hey, we want 100 grand for our boat launch and then we'll figure out how we're gonna do it.
Right, so we can't come to them saying
No.
we're at stage one, we want to scope and capital for that.
But the
Well,
proposed-
the LGFF allows us to go through the first part of it.
The
The
plan.
other one has to be full construction.
So, do you remember talking to these guys?
So we were not happy with the 24,000 for the very little that we were gonna get. Is that the summary?
Think about that. I think it's in your.
Yeah.
your-
Yeah, 23,275, but it depends on other things that, if they were required.
Yeah, they proposed to do the project on an hourly basis, and that 23 was essentially their upper cap. Is what they
Yeah,
said,
that's.
which is a lot. I think we could get something for a lot less. But if it's on an hourly basis, then it would be up to us to set the scope and the limits at a lower level.
Leona, you had a comment.
Well, I would just, I don't, because this is information that was decided before I was on council, I don't know how these guys were chosen. And is this our only alternative? Because these people, we're talking about new applicants can get up to $200,000 in an ACP grant for things like this. And they were actually even talking about, yeah, well, we can do the feasibility study and everything else like these guys are going to do. And then we can also maybe possibly continue on with some other grant funding, but
The ACP grant, we would need a partnership, which we could get the county to partnership with. I could, if you give me their card, I can request a quote from them and then bring it back.
That might be good. Yeah.
How about we do that?
Yeah, I think, I don't want it to stall because I think we can get the paperwork done at least
Yeah.
and the process started.
Yeah. Now,
I do agree, we've got time, let's get a
Yeah.
quote from these guys and see what they say.
Well, I think it's more than a quote, is it not?
well, information on
what are
potential
the-
grants and I guess, a plan for assessing.
Yeah, cause Roshan
And-
got one from WSP and it was higher than ours.
But I guess one thing, following our discussion on October 1st, can we limit or can we adjust the scope of what we're looking for? I know this one was to basically go out there and sky's the limit. What are all the different things we can do? In my mind, I'm thinking this is a matter of sticking with essentially the same sort of design of concrete blocks going in. I'm just thinking of taking the concrete blocks out further, burying them down underneath, securing the end, so that this thing can withstand ice at various levels of the lake.
Which is what I really liked.
So it's more of an engineering design than a wide open scope of what can we do, oh my god.
That's what I'm thinking in my mind. I know you've been talking about, floating launch, which I
Yeah.
still don't really fully understand.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any examples of that, but, marina, berms, breakwaters, do we want to look at sky's the limit, what's the world, or do we want to say, let's just make this existing design stronger?
So I think then,
Because it's a very
What
different,
I'm hearing.
different
Yeah,
task to a
This,
consultant.
yeah, this is
Yeah.
not gonna do us.
what you're kind of really looking for is you want a second opinion, which is good. So you want to do a resolution for me to seek a second opinion for a scope and maybe have these guys, if you really want to discuss what you're proposing, is we bring them into a Zoom. And then you get it clear.
Yeah, and I think it's important, if they have expertise at this sort of thing.
At this sort of
Yes.
thing, they kind of said they did.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I don't know if there's, Boat Launch Designs are us engineering company out there that, this is all they do. Probably not, because there's not too many of this, but,
Yeah.
just to.
And there's only one
It-
environmental company that has the right equipment to go into the water and do that kind of stuff, because they do lagoons, they do sludging, they do everything.
But this company that gave us this quote, I
Aptus
think
Engineering.
they're more of, are they not more of an environmental company and less of a civil? You're talking about getting a civil engineer involved in designing something for aquatic,
Yes,
as opposed to, hey, we gotta design something and from an environmental perspective. I don't know, maybe I'm guessing.
I think you're right. I think I'm more interested in the civil engineering aspect, and then we'll figure out the environmental approval.
We still will have to go through the environmental approvals, but let's find a civil solution that could work.
Yes, good point.
Okay, so why don't you guys do a resolution for me to further investigate with another additional from this company to see what they would be able to provide for us.
And the
And
background,
and give them some background, because the feasibility of what Paul is suggesting, certainly, I don't know whether or not it would work, but it makes a heck of a lot of good common sense to go out farther and anchor it and allow that ice to come up over top of it rather than butt up against it.
Yeah.
Makes huge sense to me. But I don't know if it would work, so that would be an
Well, that's
engineering thing.
where your preliminary engineering, that's why this is just preliminary engineering reviews.
Yeah.
So
So
is this
I will call
Aptus-
these guys. Aptus is the one that we,
so do we wanna go back to them at all?
well, I would table theirs. We'll
But-
get another one.
But maybe if we go back to them with
With
the
some
same
clarification.
information and say, well, no, thank you, you were guessing what we wanted, here's what we want.
This is
Okay.
Very clearly, we want
They get
this,
two.
and that way you get two very clear proposals.
And I think
And it's
their,
not writing them off.
right, and I think their estimate should come down a lot, because our
Yeah.
first request to them was much more broad
It's
and
broad, it's like-
investigative.
Okay, so we wanna do a request for proposal or preliminary engineering review based on the facts that council's provided of what
Okay.
they're looking for. We'll have to pull it all out.
Yeah, we're gonna have,
We'll get it into
So-
a request
so
for
we'll
proposal.
have two, okay, and then we're up to.
You could send it around to us just to
I was just gonna ask that, can you
verify
send
it
it
before you
around?
send it out if you want. We
Yeah,
can just say, well,
and we'll,
Yeah,
Yeah, that-
maybe,
welcome
okay,
to that.
yeah,
So we're doing two motions, one's to table the boat launch proposal, the other one is for you to go further investigation with NPE and go back to Aptus with more what we're looking for.
Yeah.
yes,
And
we're
it-
gonna
and
table
more
the
allocated-
Aptus right now.
Yeah, so do you want that table so the January meeting is the 19th. Do you want
Why?
further? I don't know, you guys said table until after New Year's.
no, I think we've changed that, we
Oh,
want it
yeah.
sooner rather than later.
Oh, okay.
So I think we
Table
wanna
for the
keep
next
this
meeting,
moving,
Next meeting, okay.
but I think we wanna keep it moving.
Yeah.
Um,
I would say keep it moving. It's not emergent as we're in winter, but I don't wanna lose. If it has to get bumped because of a full agenda, it could be,
Yeah.
but that could be
So we're gonna get. a
your
request
discretion when we're,
proposal.
reviewing the
Yeah, we're gonna
agenda.
send one to
Yeah.
MPE.
Hmm.
And we
Bring it back to next week.
should send it to.
I think we would
trying to
like to
remember
s-
the name.
The
Yeah.
whites, the Ocean Sands guys too?
WFP.
We could do WSP if you wish.
I
Okay,
think the more
why
that we
not?
can get,
Add WSP.
There's no one you're thinking though.
Yeah, they're the ones who did,
who did the one, the county did
Alex.
themselves the last time?
no, they use Stantec. Do you want Stantec to provide or no?
I don't know, I want the right people to give us the decision. Or a good option, a good engineered option.
She's just checking out what Alex. Thanks for theirs.
Well, we can leave that to you, the motion that
Yeah.
was on the table was, we've asked you to go back
And
with
get
a more defined scope of this is what we're looking
Yeah.
for.
Yeah,
How
And
can we
additional
improve the existing, potentially by extending it further into the water because of the low lake, and it still needs to be usable
yeah.
in high water too.
And I'm comfortable leaving it to you guys to, contact these different companies and assess whether this is within their scope of expertise, and if so, invite them to submit a
Yeah,
proposal.
so with a minimum of, let's say, 4.
But
3 or 4, sure.
it would be great to get that many, I mean,
Okay,
I
So-
at least, contact at least, contact for,
Minimum
get at
three.
least, I mean, if somebody says, well, it's not really within our scope of work, then I don't really think it's necessary to ask them to provide a quote.
but at least if I've reached out, I'll have a list.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
go
Do
with the
we,
minimum.
did we get got a motion on the table?
So the first one, we're just moving the first into November 17th,
Okay.
2026, and what put their name on it.
Moving what to
The boat launch proposal.
Okay, I'll put my name on it.
Okay, and then the next one is administration to further investigate with. We're going to try the minimum of 4 for an RFP for prelim. Kind of your more difficult.
Civil design or
So
something.
yeah,
how about, I don't think we need the first one, I think you need to incorporate the first resolution
come back
into
to
the
the next-
second resolution,
to
that
come
we
back.
are tabling the Aptus proposal
okay.
and seeking.
And seek more
Seeking more.
additional.
Yep.
Additional.
I don't think it has to be 2 separate.
Okay.
Moved by Paul.
Okay.
And all in favor? Okay. We good? Fire service.
Can I take a 5-minute to go? to the
Okay.
restroom?
Let's have a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
At 10:41.
Of course, nothing's
Gave
gonna
me
be of much use
clarification.
until the lake level comes up again, and
Yeah.
we're not addressing that. The
No.
boat launch might not be usable, but at least it wouldn't be damaged.
Yeah.
By low, ice at low lake levels.
Okay, fire service invoicing. So the background is that the fire occurred, the fire department was called and it affected a number of properties. And we got a bill, and that, according to our policy, was then passed on to the affected property owners. And then we've got letters of concern from 3 different participants. So where do we want to go with this? Each of these letters, I think you've summarized them
Yes.
to some degree.
And then I just got an update this morning from Robin Arlene, which is attached.
Got that?
And
So-
that's got a copy. of it.
So
With
bottom line is the fire
Yes.
department. There's 2 things of clarification that these letters bring up. One is what is the fire budget for? Well, the fire budget is for operational readiness that we pay whether they're called or not. It's an annual thing so that they can respond to our community. And it's operational. It's not for capital. It's not for call out. It's purely so that and that is what all communities have, so that they can have that stuff serviced. So that needs to be made clear.
Yeah, that's.
That
correct.
has nothing to do with, not a budget to put out fires. That's a
No.
budget to keep the fire.
Department service available for the community.
Okay.
Paying wages, staffing, training,
Yep.
everything else, like all of the
Yes.
operational expenses.
Okay, so that's a point of clarification that was brought up, and that, there was some misunderstanding on that. So that budget is different. The second part is, why were they all called? Well, it was structural fires is how received the call. So they did send quite a large contingent that came, and then in the bill, actually, they've reduced the bill and did not charge us for everything that was sent.
Correct.
There was a number of units that were not. So they did charge us a fee based on, the equipment that was here. And then the other comment that was, and we've asked you to give us some information on, how do other jurisdictions deal with this? Most jurisdictions seem to bill the person causing the fire, or if unknown, then goes to the property owner or the residents affected or benefiting from the activity, the fire department putting it out.
The bylaw isn't different from any other
No,
bylaw.
that's
No.
that's fairly standard. It comes as a surprise to a lot of people because a lot of people aren't aware of that.
Yeah.
But and then the residents that were requested or are required to pay, they can then go through their insurance. If, in this case, it's a small amount that may not qualify for the insurance.
Yeah.
So,
Question to Melissa.
Mhm.
You had in your options, you had listed in there, talking about the village fire policy. What does the village fire policy cover? And what's our deductible?
Our village fire policy can range from 1,000 to 5,000. We can deduct. You pay your deductible,
Which
which is
is?
reserves, which would be, I think it's probably about $1,000, could be 5, depends. Each one is set up differently because,
I tried to get hold of her, and I had to go respond.
yeah.
but it is specific to
Automobile is
village-owned
different.
property. Like structures.
Yes.
It's insurance for structures
Yeah,
that the
not the
village
MR.
owns.
Not
Not
the
MR.
they may do MR, I can't give you a guarantee. We
But-
tried to call the insurance company to get clarification, but we haven't been able to hear back from them because they've been doing other things too, apparently. But we can apply, we can attempt to put this through, no guarantee.
But that may, at least on a homeowners policy, you make a claim, your rates go way up. I don't know if we do the same thing on our village commercial claim.
Well, our rates will go up the more incidents you have,
Yeah.
but we get balanced out because we're with a whole bunch
the
of
RMA.
municipalities. But doesn't mean the rates aren't gonna go up.
And you cannot tell me for sure whether or not this is a, insured,
Claim.
event.
Correct.
At
I know
this
if it
point
was
in
a
time.
building structure.
Oh, yeah,
event,
absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely. But you cannot tell me if this is an insured event under our
Correct.
village council
that's
policy.
correct.
Okay,
There were certainly no village structures that were
No.
threatened by this fire.
no,
Homeowners policy could say, my home was threatened by this fire, so it's a valid expense,
And if you look at larger
valid claim.
municipalities who have lots of road right of ways, that's just something they absorb within their budgets.
If it affects just the municipality.
Yes.
Yes, so if a fire occurs along a roadway and burns grass in the ditch, there could be a claim that was made. And that would be paid for potentially by insurance or absorbed by.
Claim
Taxpayers.
for what though? Claim for the firefighting.
Fire,
service.
the cost.
You don't have any damages that require
No,
no.
coverage and
I
that.
think
But
it would
it's
be
the cost of the
difficult.
firefighting.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can claim.
The other side of this is that, nowhere in our bylaw does it actually, allow for, sharing of, those costs when it involves municipal property, the MRs or anything else. So when there's a fire like this one, which was mostly grass and trees, although it did threaten, other properties and in some cases affect other properties. Currently, the
There's no budget.
village is not sharing in any of that cost. The way that the bills got sent out
You're suggesting as a affected party.
as an affected.
So we would be, are you, I'm gonna clarify and I'm asking, I'm not telling.
No, That's
Are you suggesting that the village should be one of the
affected
parties? Like, we would be the seventh party?
Well,
Because-
potentially, but the question I'd have is the MR in this case, and there was the highlighted sketch that was emailed around about a week or so.
And I tried to get the aerial from the town, but
Okay, the MR is a narrow strip along
Correct.
Very,
Jennifer Drive and a narrow strip between the
on
properties.
the roadways.
Yeah,
So
they
this-
head
Yeah.
all the way to Jack's Farm.
Like,
So
I
this is
would-
the
Yeah.
one.
yes.
Yeah, that's one.
Yep.
So in that case, like I could take the stance that MR is not property. It's reserve. It's not a property. And maybe that's a definition that's unclear in the policy, but when I think of it, I think of property as being a lot. You can build a structure on it, you can, this is reserve, it's kind of anti-property, I don't know.
You have it as buffer zones, is basically what reserves are. They're buffer zones between res and industrial, and they create that buffer zone.
I mean, like, we could take the stance of saying, okay, the MR is a seventh property for this point, but I think we should clear that up, and in general, I would say MR is not property, particularly when it's just very, very minimal, strips of land.
Burn over this hill. That was other properties, so.
Well,
However, regardless of the size of it, it still is property that the village is in care and control of. And if we are, for example, one of the residents said, well, you really didn't come on my property. I was defined as one of the benefiting properties, but the fire didn't come on my property, it came to the edge of my property. That was one of the claims that was made in here. I don't know factually whether or not they did. It did go on the property, anyway,
the fire did.
the fire did,
Okay,
okay,
it did something to their shed.
it touched all 6 of the properties.
All 6 of them.
There, it
Okay.
touched and was on the 6 properties, all of them. And then the fire department went on all the properties to check
Okay,
and to make sure there was no smoldering. And they walked the MR and the backs of those properties that were affected. So that is the reality.
so in this highlighted section that Aaron sent out, there was 2 more properties here that the MR backed onto, and yet these 2 here were not included in as benefiting properties. Did the fire actually go down to this edge?
Remember what I said, I'm not to scale or anything like
Okay,
that.
no, I'm just asking a question, because I did not go there, I didn't look, I have no idea.
Well, the fire report that came with the invoice specifically mentioned those
Those
6
big
properties.
properties,
So
not
those are
the
the
other 2.
properties
I think that's,
that
Not the
were,
other 2, okay.
that they walked and entered into to
Okay.
make sure that their stuff.
and I
was
think
covered.
that's
Yes.
probably the most reliable source of,
And that's all we followed is exactly
52.
what they sent us, because they came in to get maps to clarify.
Yep.
And that's how we gave all the.
And so we're specifically dealing with the policy, and the whole thing is not here, but 5.5. The owner of a parcel to which fire protection services are provided is liable for the charges. Correct?
Yeah.
That's what
That's the basis.
that's the basis of sending the bill.
yeah, and
Yes.
I think that's the intention of the policy. Perhaps, as part of it, we should look and make sure that we've got the policy worded correctly that it matches that intention, but.
That is the policy.
That is,
Or,
that is.
That's the
That is the
bylaw.
policy. That's 5.5.
That's fine, it's.
5.5.
It is the policy here. However, I do disagree somewhat, Paul, in that I think the municipal reserve, yes, we don't have structures on it, but the fire department did do some fire protection in that municipal reserve, whether it be the ditch or whether it be the narrow part that was there. So we were benefiting from those fire protection services as a municipality as well. Because if they didn't do that, it could have carried on its merry little way, gone to Jack's Pond, and then we could have had a lot more properties that were also affected. So I believe that there is or should be some share in this for the municipality.
I guess there can be, and the policy is written that there is
That there isn't.
that there is judgment. It's very clear that it may, it's not will. So I mean, if we had a fire that was only on MR, for example, and the fire department came to it, obviously, we're gonna pay the bill.
We're gonna be paying it and telling them, explaining to you guys why.
Because then
You know,
we'd be one of the, not necessarily an owner, but we have a lease.
But
We have a-
but if say one of those structures caught, or one of those properties caught fire, say and the fire went across the MR and into the adjoining property behind. Because the fire crossed that little strip of MR, would you say we're liable for a third of that invoice in that case, us, the other property and the MR? I would say it's the 2 properties. And I think that comes down to clarification on this is-
cause.
of cause,
We-
no,
it's under
that's
charge,
fine.
Can't cause.
If the cause is identified, then it's easy, they
Yeah.
they cover the
Yeah.
whole bill.
Which we had one of those.
Yeah, in this case, the source and the responsible party were not definitively identified. It said likely Jennifer, but they don't know.
Yeah.
It could have been on private property and spread up or back, whatever. But I think going on to this, I kind of dispute the MR being called a property in this case that benefited from it. We may make the decision to do that, but I think that's something we should get clarified up on this, that when we're talking properties affected, we're talking what we're talking about. In my mind, we're talking about lots and structures, which, in this case,
Yeah.
like this office would be be that, but
And then your MR, depending on how we're using the MR, if you keep it a clear trail of your MR, if you cleared all the brush, we maintain it then. And if it's maintained, is the risk higher or less?
this
I don't know.
this is unmaintained MR.
I
don't-
Yeah,
Just-
none.
None.
Yeah. But, I don't know, I think that's an opportunity to clear that up so that that this is clear going forward. To me, an MR is, in this case, is not property, it's a lack of property.
And that in your bylaw would just be putting in a decent definition for what MR is.
Cause it's not in your definition.
Yeah,
No,
if it was in your
it's-
definitions, then that MR is not considered a physical property unless it has dwelling units or a building. Then there's a way to clarify that.
But they, is not the lease identify it as, because as MR, the village leases it from the province? Is that not the way MR property works?
No, not that MR.
Okay, any
That-
MR,
Any are.
is it owned by the village?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then it is property.
Well, it's
It's
what
it's
you,
vacant land,
It's vacant
but it
land,
is property.
but it is property and
you
it's
get
owned by
it
the
from
village.
developments. Every
Yes.
developer has
Yeah,
to give you.
and
a
they have to give it
percentage.
to the village, so in fact, that property might not be structures, but it's property owned by the village. So
So in the future, anytime that there is a fire that touches MR in a case like
then
this,
we would be one of the parties. And if it's, you know,
I
if it's undetermined, but it starts in Jack's Pond and touches private, then it's undetermined. So then MR would be Jack's Pond and that one.
Oh,
well, like you
your
pointed out,
definitions in the bylaw, let's.
Yep.
Let's take a look at this. So the definitions in the fire bylaw says. Property means any real or personal property which, without limiting the generality of the foregoing, includes land and structures.
It doesn't state really, it's not clear either.
so
There you
any
go.
any fire of undetermined origin, you said almost every lot
Has some,
has some MR.
absolutely.
So almost every fire, we would put in White
Unless-
Sands as one of the parties if it touches.
If the fire goes into, they go up the fire lane to protect the back of a property. And it has spread into MR from a house
It's
fire,
not very
Nope, there.
then we would have to pay a portion of that.
Of an undetermined cause.
If it's undetermined.
I don't know, I kind of disagree on that, but anyways,
So I think for the purposes of today, because it is unclear and because there is some benefit to the village in putting out the fire that was included
As
on the
property owner.
as a property owner, I believe that we should at the very least include the village as one of the property owners.
to divide it 7 ways. rather
Divide
than
it
6
seven
ways.
ways rather than six. If in the future we disagree with that, then this policy needs to be looked at, clarified and defined, and there needs to be some public consultation on that as well, to a certain extent. We also need to clarify what exactly our insurance policy covers and does not cover. We don't know the answer to that. But for the sake of dealing with this bill and getting it dealt with in council today, that would be my recommendation.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
So, okay, maybe we can get that motion down and read that out.
Yeah, so,
The motion is to include
motion,
the
for-
village
For
as,
this invoice only, the motion is to include the village as a seventh benefiting property and divide the bill 7 ways.
total cost equally among 7 properties.
Further
The village
discussion?
paying its share from reserve.
Right. The second motion is to bring forward the fire policy to further clarify what is properties, what the insurance coverage is, and what we are deciding that we are going to be on the hook for in future events when it's undetermined costs.
And I think part of that is updating some of the wording on it. 5.5, I think is great. The owner of a parcel to which fire protection services are provided is liable for fire protection charges. 5.1B, the owner or occupant of any property benefiting from the fire protection services. I think that needs to be changed to match what 5.5 is.
But,
Where
but I
property
think,
where fire protection services were
I'm
provided.
not sure.
Because benefiting opens up a gray area as we've seen.
Yeah, benefiting is not a great.
so those are all things that I think we need to look into. I agree with you totally and absolutely. But not for today.
No,
Okay,
no,
the other thing that I think is important as this communication goes out is education of both the 6 affected parties, but
The
broader
village as a whole.
of understanding how this works, what our fire requisition pays for, and that, fires, provision of fire services triggers an extra bill, which is not part
Yeah.
of our fire requisition, not part of our annual budget.
I don't disagree. So the requisition, our fire requisition is just to make sure that we have some kind of contract availability and standby of a fire source.
Correct.
yeah. You've worded it in here quite well. I think you just need to take this, communicate it, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think it might be something that goes out in the newsletter or on the WhatsApp,
Yeah.
and just as a
Basically,
FYI thing.
make sure you have insurance, because this is the reality. If a fire bill comes, it goes to either who caused it or to who benefit, not benefit.
So fire informational.
Whose
insert-
property,
Well, I mean, some of the
Affected
other ones,
property.
service was provided.
affected properties is how the other
Affected, yeah.
jurisdictions deal with it.
Yeah.
They-
Which is why I asked that question about those other 2 properties, right?
Yeah.
There was nothing on those other 2 properties, so did they benefit from it? Of course they benefit, and that's one of the comments that's in one of these letters. Well, the benefit is extended to the whole village. Of course it
Yeah,
is.
we need to change that.
Benefit is the wrong word.
I also
Owner
like-
of involved property is how others call it.
Yeah.
Owner of involved property.
And I like the way,
Yeah.
as I
Should we
said,
motion, Leona, you
Yes.
want the fire control bylaw 202-24 to come back?
Yes.
yeah.
At
Yes,
the next meeting.
next
I-
meeting for discussion and.
For discussion, yes.
I also,
clarification.
I also like how, all the other ones, I think, from the communities that you sampled from, they also clarified, including false alarms. I don't think that's included in our bylaw.
And we actually should, because we have had to
Yes.
deal with a
Last year.
CO2 call out,
Yeah,
all that
last year.
kind of stuff, so that should be incorporated,
Yeah.
because that was an
It's- yeah.
interesting one that they got a bill.
Okay, just as, before we vote on that resolution, just for
There's 2 of them,
consistency,
yeah.
2 resolutions. About 3-4 years ago, there was a very similar fire, a fluff fire that started off the township road, behind the water
Oh, yeah.
station
I
and went over to those properties over there. I remember because Brooke and I went over there and helped out with hoses on it. That very similar situation. How was that one built? Do you recall?
That
From
one
what I
had the
understand,
property
property owners.
And they paid it in that
owner-
case.
Yeah,
So it's interesting because that's exactly similar situation. It went across MR.
But was it an indeterminate cause?
Yes.
well, I have to go back on that.
We would have to go back and investigate that.
It was clearly that it started on the ditch of Township Road.
Probably have to bring that up.
And
Go
then
back
went
and
across.
go
I don't know if I doubt they ever identified who was responsible.
Yeah.
But went across MR, hit at least a couple of properties.
I remember the one of them for sure, but who they were.
Anyway,
Okay, so there's 2 motions. Let's deal with the
And are
first
you
one.
doing any recorded votes? No?
Okay, read the
First
first
one.
motion.
This is moved by Council Thurgood for this invoice only to have the municipality be the 7th property owner and divide equally to the 7 properties, and municipality will pay their portion from reserves.
that's where it's coming from.
Yeah.
I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's.
I don't think we need to say from reserves. It just.
Well, I
don't
need
have a
it.
budget.
we don't have a budget for it.
So it needs to be from
Yeah.
reserves.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
opposed to trying to do a claim, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's worth it. doing
No,
that.
it's not, it's too small of an amount.
Yeah, can you put it to general reserves?
Yeah,
General
section in there, yeah.
Okay,
You get to vote.
all in favor?
Okay,
Okay, the second motion,
To have the fire control bylaw 202-24, or bring back the fire control bylaw 202-24 at the next meeting for discussion on November 17th, 2025.
do we wanna put
for
What?
discussion and review.
a new policy or
No,
of
the
that
current one.
policy? Okay. That what you wanted to?
I wanna have an opportunity to review it and to
amend,
amend, yeah,
amend.
yeah, but I think that
Okay.
allows it.
And then if it's in there as a motion, that then also allows any of the village residents to have any input that they respond and put
Yep.
any input that they have for our
Yeah.
consideration.
Because a bylaw takes 3 readings, so.
Yep.
You can have your discussion and we'll take it back and we'll re-amend and then you'll start fresh.
And I had that, because Leona said first, do you still want Leona to do this motion, or is it Paul?
That's Paul,
Paul now?
Sure.
Okay.
all in favor?
Okay, and then, did you want it as a motion for us to communicate the educating and putting in the newsletter, Facebook and website about how the fire, like requisition and all that, what that,
Motion to, I would think we should do a
Yes.
motion to do a fire education promotion regarding the bylaw, this point.
It's not regarding the bylaw, it's
It's
regarding
The requisition that we pay.
the
Well,
requisition
the
and
bylaw.
how
How the
how it works. I don't know.
Regarding fire services within the municipality.
Correct.
Yes,
Right,
It took me a minute to
Okay.
pull
Yeah.
my,
because that encompasses all of it.
yes.
Oh.
That's an open for us to. get
and we're
everybody.
good with newsletter, Facebook, website?
Yes.
Yes, the usual communications. Okay, anything further on that? Moving on. Verbal reports, any other business? No, there was no other business.
Just
Nope,
one
go ahead.
second, you will include in that education what our insurance covered.
We'll investigate that further.
Okay,
Okay,
Yeah, we've got the phone calls, we just haven't got the
Okay,
responses
all right,
yet.
thank you.
Slate, just side brack, decisions on like deductible limits and how that impacts premiums and stuff like that. Is that decisions that you would make, or does that
No.
come to council, or how is that
We don't,
decided?
Insurance is insurance, that is an operational thing we have to do. We would give you an update if the insurance went up, but that's usually in the budgets.
but if we were to make a claim in the future, would that then, would we just submit the
Yeah.
claim, or would
That's
they
right.
come to us
Yeah.
and say, listen, the deductible is 3,000 and our insurance is gonna go up? So
Any
why don't we just
claim-
pay it?
Anybody who makes any certain things, like we had a tree thing. Wind blew down a tree and somebody sent us all their bills, you pay. We send it off to the insurance company, the insurance company replies back and states where we're at.
But
right?
I think what I'm getting at is I'm just kind of curious when we're setting the budget for next year. Like, you know, we could say, we can make a decision that says we want to have $100 deductible or $500 deductible and we pay this much in insurance. Or we want to have a $5,000 deductible and pay this much insurance and save some money. Where do we have those discussions?
We just sign on with the regional, because we go in partnership with RMAs or Alberta Munis, they're giving us the best rate.
But
And
do
they also give us what deductibles?
Yes, like automobile is this type of deductible, anything else,
And there's no variable in there?
There's no
we
option.
get
just
cheap
select.
rates, like don't.
So,
tell me.
no. but
No,
I
yeah.
think what Paul is asking is when I have, when I go to get automobile insurance, I can make a decision to have $1,000 deductible or a 5,000. I talk to my insurance company, he says, okay, if it's a 5,000, you pay less because it's a higher deductible amount.
Yeah,
We make that decision personally,
but
do we
we
make-
don't here,
so you're saying this is the policy, it covers off municipalities,
yes.
and it's a service offered by
RMA.
our.
RMA
So
through
when-
a pool.
When you're talking to RMA, can you ask them directly that question, please?
Yeah, I will get all the deductible listings from them.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, verbal reports, who wants to go first?
You are.
I
You're
am,
number one.
okay. I've got three. There was a public open house at Erskine that the county put on regarding lake access. Leona and I attended on behalf of White Sands, and I would say that we thought it was more about lake access, and what it turned out to be is more about lake access redesign, mostly aesthetics and service like washrooms, parking. They had in one of them a proposed dock lift storage parking lot. All interesting, but it wasn't so much of boat launches and all that. It was more infrastructure on at the parking lot. So if we were, the only thing I could relate to it is if, you know, we decided that we want some beautification on our own little launch, you know, put a fancier toilet or maybe a parking lot for more stuff. Is that accurate?
Basically, I felt it was a lake enhancement at 3 separate communities that are within the county's purview.
Yeah.
And it really didn't have much
Much
to
to
do.
do with us, no. But interesting nonetheless, and expensive, what I thought. I think we both thought for a little bit of lipstick. Is that a negative?
Pretty much.
And then we did the only, I have, the shoreline walkthrough, we did with the consultant and, Alberta Environment, 2 representatives from them. Very informative, and it has informed how we, can move forward in our lease negotiations and what we have to put in there and what we should put in there and what we have some discretion about, because it is a very, I think it's a 25-year lease that
25-year lease.
we're trying to enter into, so there will be some things that will come out of this, and I think we've sent some information to our consultant that then will draft the shoreline proposal and then move forward. So it's still a part of the process, but it was very informative, I felt. And they were very open to working with us as opposed to saying, here's the rules.
Very open to working with us and very open to letting us enforce.
Yeah, there's some enforcement that,
Which was kind of a clash a little bit with our environmental consultants. They kind of had a different
yeah,
view on it, which was a bit eye-opening and kind
Yeah.
of thinking a little bit.
yeah, well, it's a balance between shoreline protection and recreational use.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we learned, that we do have some flexibility on that, so.
Yeah, and the consultant has been provided all your guys' info, and I'm gonna be having a discussion sometime this week.
Okay. So we'll get that eventually, that input. And then the last thing I had was the ASVA conference that we just attended. Alberta Summer Villages or Association of Alberta Summer Villages of Alberta. Yeah, I don't know how that works, but anyway, it was informative. I didn't feel it was quite as informative as the previous one. The previous one was more practical based. They talked about fire and invasive species and the policing and all of that. This one was a little bit different, but still good. It's a good opportunity to sit down with our Roshan Sands guys and talk to them and get some perspectives from them. So very worthwhile. But I hope that we can influence it. The nice part is that Dan Hillier was voted is on that board now, so he'll be able to influence it a little bit.
He's his own rep,
He's his rep for this area.
which is good.
And that's all I had. Any questions on that? No? Okay, who's next?
Me, did you list the September 18th meeting as well?
Did I miss one?
Yeah.
Which one was that?
Fire Commission.
Oh, Fire Commission. Yes, I'll let you deal with that one. How's
Okay.
that?
Dan and I both went to the Fire Commission meeting, the information meeting that the county had on September 18th. The county is going ahead no matter what. They already have the buy-in of Denelda and Big Valley, so they already have the conditions met to become a fire commission. However, we need to make some decisions, which I see is later on in the agenda here. I have some concerns, which we'll talk about during the in-camera session. But I also would like to make sure that we have some discussions with the Roshan Sands people as well, because I think we're very much in the same situation as them.
Yep.
And we need to be making some decisions there. October 1st was the shoreline walkthrough. I only made it till 1:30. Good thing that's as far as I went. I too was also really interested to find out that we have a lot more latitude as to what happens on the environmental reserve and the municipal reserves and the reserves. And that a lot of that is under council discretion. The water management right of entry, we can apply for a specific approvals that is within that right of way, and I think that's something that we need to consider. Also, I think we need to, as a council, come up with a way, because it not only affects the shoreline, but it affects our dead tree policy, it affects all kinds of things. A way that we can clearly identify, either through signage or through something, what exactly is, or where are the demarcations of the environmental reserve and the municipal reserves and the right of way. I don't know how we do that, whether we do it through GPS or drone or whatever, but I think that's something as a council, because we are a lake community and because we have so many policies surrounding those reserves, we need to be able to clearly identify them on a regular basis. How we do that, I don't know. Other than that, I think we've talked about almost everything except for the storage on the shoreline of things like watercrafts that haven't moved in a couple of years, or toys that show up, and so on and so forth. I do have a question though. This 25-year lease, is there a due date as to when we have to have that negotiated by?
No, because our application has been in for 3 years.
And the last one
It
came
got-
due in 2018.
No, it was due in 2021 and we had applied in 2018, 2019.
Okay, so we had applied, but it takes forever to get through that. It seems like an excessively long time.
So,
It has been, but for some reason it went in, it kind of sat idle somewhere between departments and political
but
stuff.
isn't our shoreline management plan part of the pending application?
That's what
A pending application.
that's what they have been pushing us that we needed to do. I've been having those discussions with Christine that you've all met, and kind of advised that you're dragging your heels on one part by, you should be just approving and put a clause that we must have the shoreline management plan for an amendment, but just approve it.
Okay.
Cause
So
we've had the application in for years.
And
So
then,
you want them to approve the lease
With
without a shoreline management
with
plan?
a clause that
But
we
with a
must
clause that we
complete.
must have one in there by a certain date. Okay, all right,
Yes.
good. That answers my question.
Because right now, why let it continue sitting idle for the last 5 years?
they've neither approved or rejected it or responded with,
Correct?
Hmm.
And every time new regulations come into play, it's starting
it
to get
changes it.
very,
Yeah.
yeah, where back then we applied, there were no new regulations, now there is.
Okay,
So sooner or later, we gotta get this thing signed and sealed.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That answered my question. Anyway, same day I went with Dan to the County of Stettler Lake Enhancement Open House. As he said, it was more or less just for those 3 lake communities that are within the county's purview. I was supposed to do the Munis 101 course. I have rebooked that for October 27th. There was no way I could physically do it that day. Summer Village Conference was October 16th and 17th. I thought there was lots of things that were there that were very beneficial to us. Couple of things that I thought were really interesting is dealing with public engagement to determine levels of service. That's something that I think that we maybe need to look at doing a little bit more of, whether it's through newsletters or Facebook or however we choose to do it.
Sorry, could you say that part again?
Public engagement to determine levels of service in the village. Because we don't have things like water and sewer and we're basically garbage and roadways and snow plowing. What is expected of the village council? What do the residents, permanent and seasonal residents, expect for levels of service within our village? Maybe we're barking up the wrong tree to look at a recreation plan. Maybe not. I don't know. You know, shoreline management. I think that is a level of service that we have to provide. Identifying the municipal reserves and ERs, naming, all those sorts of things. Those may be things that we actually have to look at. One of the other ones was the bylaw section. I thought that was really interesting. However, it would be, and I hope that through you, Melissa, you will communicate that having templates for those bylaws would be very beneficial, both to you guys and to us, just to make sure that it's there. The other thing that I thought was very interesting, of course, we talked about Mamio Beach and their insolvency issues and how they dealt with that. Drought and flood protection programs, how important are those? And we also have a letter responding to that. The other one was, and this goes to our shoreline management, was they were very clear, and it was the Water Act that was there, not the, so there was the two, the Water Act and the Public Works, right?
No, public land.
Public lands. So public lands was the one that did the presentation, correct?
No,
No, the
the
water.
Water Act was the presentation, the public lands
Lands.
deals with the TFA.
Okay. So the lady that was there, it was interesting to me that she talked about the 4-meter width of beach maintenance and cutting into that Water Act. Like there's 2 approvals that's needed, but she very clearly talked about the fact that in front of properties, there can be that 4-meter area that is maintained and a clear cut through so that people had access to the water. I just thought that that was interesting and something to look at.
Mainly with bulrushes and weeds.
And
stuff
weeds
that-
and stuff,
Yeah.
yeah.
But rather than clearing the whole.
Rather than
beach,
clearing the whole thing, yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's just
Yeah.
getting
But
that.
that was
access.
more talking about boat and swimming access, and we
Yeah.
talked about it more of beach,
Yeah,
maybe.
nice
Yeah.
sand for
Yeah.
playing.
It might be
different-
similar, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. The other thing that I think is really interesting, was that the public libraries carry the radon test kits. And I think that would be worthwhile to put into a newsletter.
Okay.
That if any of our residents choose to, they can apply to get those radon test kits through the public libraries rather than buying them.
I looked into that at one point, the
Regional.
Parkland Regional Library. They had one test kit and it was in Penhold, I think.
Okay,
Or Innisfail, one of those communities, I can't quite remember. And you can get it through, you start the library one, but you have to borrow it and return it to that library. They don't have like the interlibrary thing where they can send it out to your one, but
Right.
it was just interesting to know that. I looked into that at one point.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
we'll make sure that we communicate with the library and then we put it into the education piece with the fire.
I think you might wanna pull some information about what radon is and what the
Yes.
hazards are.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
and I think they had something, she had something, the Lung Association had something.
Alberta Lung
I
Association.
think we
yeah.
need to get a one pager to say, this is what radon gas is, this is why it's bad. And here's some levels that are, like Sylvan
What's
Lake being
acceptable,
way
200.
beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the fact that you can get this, because
Yeah,
I don't know what the levels are here, but it was of note.
It was of note that Sylvan Lake was in the low area, it was in the moderate area, and yet they test very high for
Yes.
radon.
yeah.
And so, yeah, that
Where do you
was,
test it? Like
you
water?
tested
In the
your
basement.
No,
basements
it's
of your house.
your view.
It's a gas, odorless,
Add to the newsletter an educational piece on radon gas and review it with the Alberta Lung
Yeah,
Association.
yeah.
Right,
And that same thing can also point out that you can buy the test.
Right.
I've got a test,
homeradon.test.ca, but make sure
Yeah.
it's Health Canada.
yeah,
approved.
I
yeah.
think that's important.
We're doing a test in our home in Calgary right now, and it costs about $50, I think, to
Yeah.
order a test kit.
Homeradon.test.ca, but make sure that any test kits that you get are Health Canada approved.
And that should be in the notes. And if you contact the lady, she has
The Alberta
good
Lung
resources.
Association
She has
will
good
have all that.
resources.
The vicradon.ca, I think, was another website.
Yeah.
Part of that.
We'll pull everything from that.
Okay, good, that's.
Okay, the only question I have is, the community public engagement with the levels of service. Should that be done before or after to inform our strategic planning? Is that part of it? Is it something that we do the planning and then come across it, or do we do public engagement and then we have the planning?
It's going to be really difficult to do it before your strategic planning this year,
Time-wise?
time-wise. So I would suggest that we do, because strat planning is something that you need to do and review annually. I think what we do is we do our strat planning this year, but we make a focused effort on getting that public engagement for levels of service for the following year.
And maybe bringing back your public engagement or public participation policy, so it lays out some guidelines. So that we know that when you make a decision, are we going to a survey or are we gonna take extra time, book a hall, bury people in here? I need to have some clarity on that.
What I think would be helpful in that respect is if we had a calendar that we've all kind of jointly looked at that talks about the different strategic things that we got planned through the year, the strat plan, this community engagement, land use bylaw is something that I know we've talked about in the last year, but I have no idea when we're doing it, when the annual budget is. And we kind of lay it out on, here's our plan for what we're gonna tackle for the whole year, and then that can help us to make some decisions, maybe on prioritizing agendas where we say, we're gonna bump that up because,
Yeah.
we need to do this, or it's a
It gives
guide.
me the guiding direction on what I'm supposed to be focusing and bringing back, because you guys are giving me that direction.
Yeah,
I would also put in there, one of the things that is required is the CAO performance appraisal. That's
another thing that would be.
That's required.
Yeah, and actually, you guys should probably start having conversation on some dates.
Yes.
Because this is actually when the review should happen, because this would be, I was hired in September.
We did your last one late, so it's
Yes.
been far less than a year, but we should try to move back onto it.
Yeah,
But yeah,
Well, it's, the requirement is an annual review.
Yeah.
So we should try to maintain that. But those are you listed 5 things. There may be more. I guess we need to kind of.
Can we make that as a resolution to bring forward a proposed calendar for schedule of, the next
This must
year?
occur in this month, this must occur that.
annual event.
Yeah.
Annual events, yeah, annual events calendar.
Sorry, I need to go watch them
Okay, can we get a 5-minute break?
too. Yeah, sure.
Thank you, because I'm thinking.
I'll take the opportunity to, I think.
at 11:20.
Okay, my updates,
Back in 11:20,
40?
sorry. 11:40.
okay, in board meetings in the last month, STAA Ambulance Association meeting was canceled with approval from the chairman. No agenda items. Housing Authority meeting here, September 18th, and had another one here just a couple of days ago. We have a new CAO for the board, Chris Lechowski, who had been the acting CAO since Betty stepped aside. Key thing for the Housing Authority, there's the ongoing issue around the charitable status, which is still being managed, but can't really talk too much about that because a lot of it has been in camera. But of more note, not of more note, but of significant note, what's new is that there's quite a bit of repairs that need immediate attention. Willow Creek sewer line replacement, which is now complete. A new boiler in Willow Creek Lodge, re-roofing of Paragon Place, and an elevator replacement at Willow Creek again, I think. They're looking at what they can get for funding on parts of it. I think the elevator replacement may be able to be covered by a grant, but the other ones will probably be some pretty large expenses. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an increase in the requisitions next year to cover some of this work. I think it is good that it's been identified that a lot of these things are imminent. I think that a lot of this stuff has probably been building for a while, but hadn't really been getting attention. So I guess we'll see where that goes. Won't hit everything on here because it's on here. Agree with, I think we've already talked a lot about the shoreline walkthrough, so I think we're good on that. And we already had lots of discussion on the conference, so I don't have too much else to add to that. Follow-up actions from the last September council meeting. This letter from August on the STAA member at large. So this stems back to December of 2024. Board member indicated that they had heard from a member of the community that was interested in participating at the board, and they felt would be a beneficial addition to the board. But currently, the bylaws only allow for one member at large on a 4-year term that doesn't end for another year. So there was discussion on it. The board as a whole felt that it would be beneficial to have this other person join. And so the board voted unanimously to add a second one, but that has to go for ratification to each of the communities. So I couldn't, since it happened like 6 months before, I couldn't remember all the details, but when I look back in my notes, yeah, it was all there.
So just to that one then, because we did have that letter and we were investigating it.
Yeah.
What would be the motion that you want for us to send a response?
The motion would be to agree with the proposal to add a second, add the possibility to add the provision for a second member at large on the STAA board.
Okay,
Will they make the motion and send it to us, or do we have to send them a motion?
I think it was already in the letter there that they wanted us to ratify that.
They wanted the ratification.
So the motion would be for us to respond to that letter and say we support it.
perfect.
So that's my recommendation.
Paul makes a motion. Yes, we support.
Because then we can get it out.
For the second member at large, right?
Provision for a second member.
As per.
Now
per the
the
letter.
SDA board now will still go back and we'll get more information on this member and we'll make that decision, but now we can,
Yeah.
Yes.
now we would be able to say, yes, go ahead.
All in favor of that motion?
So we'll have to send a letter
Yeah.
response.
Okay, second follow-up item I had was just a minor one, but I was gonna get back to you, Leona, on when the next library system board one, November 27th.
Yeah, got him up here.
Okay.
And then
Uh,
I have two, well, technically three more motions for this. One is to have an admin add into the newsletter education of the rate on gas, the kits and where to find them, and we'll have information from Alberta Lung Society for further information to share and educate residents. So I need someone to
Motion.
enable that, a motion.
sure,
Okay.
Leona. All in favor? Pass.
And then Councilor Asher proposed a calendar for annual events such as CAO review, land use bylaw review, strategic planning, budget, et cetera, and share quarterly at meetings.
A plan.
A plan, yeah.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Okay, all in favor? Okay. Anything else? we need to
And
bring up?
then just research it, or accept your report 8.1 to 8.3 as presented.
So moved,
Well, are you putting it?
sure.
Okay.
All in favor? Pass. Okay, CAO report.
Okay, quick summary, we did the brushing project between third and fourth, so
Looks
that's all
great.
cleaned up.
I walked over there yesterday.
I walked this morning.
Yeah,
Isn't it nice seeing
It
that
is.
area?
kind of neat to get in there. I never been in there before.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go there.
Yeah, it's
So-
very nice back there. Now, next steps is the gate. eventually.
yes, and I'm going to be setting up a meeting with the adjacent property owners so we can determine optimal locations so that we have them in aligned with us. So we don't cause any- Okay,
Isn't there kind of a standard setback from the road like the rest of them?
yes, but I don't want to make it where people are trespassing onto private property or anything, so I wanna make sure, this one's a little unique because it's
Yeah.
pretty.
It's right up
solid
against
there.
their property.
Yeah, yeah, so I really wanna work with the property owners so that we can make the best of it.
Okay.
Fire services coordination, so we participated in the fire meeting, as you guys discussed. Focused on fire commissions, I met with other Summer Village CAOs to review fire meeting outcomes and explore service delivery options. With other municipalities, so that's with Summer Village of Goshen. We had a joint meeting with the town of Stettler to discuss fire services coordination. And then on the 9th, we met with the county to discuss fire commission details, and all that will be discussed in the closed session. Environmental shoreline management activities, so we did I did a meeting with Alberta Environment to coordinate the October 1st. We did the October 1st walkthrough. And then options to include in the shoreline management plan and potential amendments for the recreation use renewal. We had OH&S out on October 9th. And attached is the report on more things we need to do. And we've started working on certain things to meet the six-week deadline.
I have to like this.
That-
Yeah,
And that seemed to be lots of little outstanding things, and most of it was procedural or paperwork oriented. Is that correct?
correct, yes.
So we're not really offside, but we are, because we have employees, we need to have a lot of that stuff.
And I learned I need women. I'm gonna clean the office, I need women. I'm like, okay.
I do find those things, sometimes they're a little bureaucratic, but it's part of the process, so.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah,
3 hour online training to do it.
Yeah,
and we've
but
learned.
all of it, you know,
We've learned some things along the way because unfortunately. There are lots of things we all wanna jump in and try and be involved in, but we have to tread careful with OH&S, especially as a municipality. So one of the things that we found is we don't have training in Narcan. We took Narcan back to the fire and the ambulance because we're not trained in it. So there was big liability and risk for the municipality.
Yeah, we have kids here, so they're now gone.
They're now gone. That was the advice of OH&S.
Hmm.
Unless you're trained. So, we learned a lot.
well,
It was
there
good.
is people in the community that were trained.
Correct, but we don't hold it.
Yeah.
So,
But we're trying to see if we can go and get to the afterwards or something. But
Yeah.
we had,
and we did, so, all done. Okay, yeah, got all that. I don't know, is there anything else?
Uh,
Oh, the post office,
Oh,
service boxes. Yeah, we gotta send pictures, but it looks like those boxes should be coming, but service won't start until the spring next
They have to
year.
find someone to do that.
So where will they be located?
Right over there.
Oh, okay,
Right where the sport billboard was?
okay,
They moved the
Okay.
billboard.
that's why the billboard got, okay, got it.
Yes, we're trying to get the prep before everything freezes up, and yeah,
So 128 boxes,
that's,
eight times 16.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So that will cover a lot of your permanent residents and any extra right now, if we need it more, then they'll have
And the PO again, one more time,
T for K one W one.
T4K,
W one.
1W1.
One action list.
and it will be based on your address. So it'll be blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah,
Yeah.
Front Street, White Sands,
That's
Do
right,
it, right?
yeah, but you'll actually have.
as
postal
opposed to a
code
box
now.
number,
Mhm.
which is helpful. for-
Yeah, yeah, does that approach
The deliveries.
Down out there.
Will it have parcel delivery boxes in it as well?
Yeah, depending on the size,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, like the ones in town.
Just like what Roshan Sands has, we
Yeah.
can offer,
And they quite like theirs.
yes.
Okay, so
Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal meeting was the 10th, a
Yeah.
lot of it was just more information about
information,
stabilization, the filtration at Gull Lake, that it's all coming into play, but it'll take a while. ASBA conference attendance, went to that, 16th to 17th. And then I put a list of your different meetings.
Okay.
In there so that you guys are aware of what's coming up to December. And then council resolution action list is attached.
Previously, DAO action list.
and one thing that was brought up kind of toward the end of the conference was that other lakes are also challenged by low water levels, and they that have never pumped before are looking at options to pump out of the North Saskatchewan, et cetera, which I found interesting. They don't, we're way further down, down that path than most of them.
The low water level is affecting multiple lakes. across the
It will be interesting to see if they are gonna be subject to the same lease
Right,
agreements that we are, whether or not that is gonna continue on.
Yeah.
And so my thought in my head, my inside voice was saying, be careful what you
yeah,
wish
good
for.
luck. And good luck, it's a lengthy process, I'm sure.
Yeah, but yeah, that one fellow, I'm not sure, can't remember what lake it was, but he said that their level's down 3 meters.
Yeah, 9
Holy
feet,
cow.
9 feet.
You know, we were talking 1 meter here and it's
Yeah.
huge impact.
Only 1 meter.
Yeah, well, just over 1 meter.
Unfortunately, the province is gonna, somewhere down the road, depending on what climate adaptation we've got happening in the future, is gonna start making decisions that none of us are ever gonna be.
Well, if there's not enough water in the river, they're gonna have to start.
Yeah. Or the
Prioritizing.
species and all
For
of
the,
that.
Yeah.
Okay,
So the CAO action list is all updated.
okay, let's motion to accept.
Can do it.
Leona. And, all in favor, Kate, financials. Revenue expenditures, looks like everything is sort of kind of on screen. Any questions on that? On the reports?
We're still holding for being in 10th month.
Well, no, this will be the end of the ninth month and these ones because.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, September, sorry. We work a month behind when it comes to this.
The end of September, we're still holding.
Is there a better way of reporting some of these variances? Like, if you look at the first page, for the month of September, it says general administration, we're 288% over. Is there not a better way of,
But that's revenue.
That's revenue.
oh, sorry. the revenue,
The
yes.
top part's revenue.
Gotcha.
it says
Yeah, my
total.
bad. my
Okay.
bad.
So we're doing.
That's a
right?
good
We're
sign.
doing good, yeah.
That is
Yeah,
a really good sign
yeah.
that,
I was just, yeah, sorry.
Same with transportation.
and a lot of that has to do with,
Transportation, you're over because you're a golf cart bylaw.
Yes,
correct.
And then general admin would be.
That's our interest that we're gaining with, we keep reinvesting, although.
Is that under
keeps-
general?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Because that's taking the other sheet where we've got into our, what do we call it, investments,
GSC, yeah, so like
the RGS.
Okay, are there any questions on any of this?
Not at this point.
Okay. Motion to accept financials as presented.
Even the third fourth lit that we brought back about your capital projects.
Yeah, we did a breakdown for you.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. So, so there's the
Oh, God.
office there and
Yeah.
then the drainage plan. One thing I felt kind of interesting about the drainage plan, comparing it against the boat launch one. So that, you know, that whole report on the drainage plan was $39,000, which was a
Quite
pretty
expensive.
comprehensive report. I'm still not sure I agree with all of it, but you know, it's a
Yeah.
comprehensive report. So
And
it does
then-
put it in perspective that they were saying it could be 2/3 of that to do the boat launch, which is a much smaller scope project.
Mhm.
Anyways, it's helpful that way.
And then the 12th and 3rd Street, well, that was additional stuff because there was issues with that pond with
Yeah.
property ownership.
So does that include like work that was done out there, or is that just through the reports on it?
That included allowing them to move forward. Council made the resolution that they wanted administration to work with the property owner. And we took a lot of work. We had to, pond had to be assessed, then we worked with getting the environmental report that was required. That's what council approved.
But the work they did, they paid.
Yeah,
Okay.
Once everything's approved, to figure out what they needed to pay for reclamation, no, not reclamation, but.
whatever they were
Village
filling
stuff.
in, and they would have to pay the fees to the province for taking that wetland.
Was it the
the
same,
compensation.
was it the same firm that was doing the environmental work for us there? too?
Yes,
After.
yes. And it all came out of the grant.
So, that drainage plan, that's coming back in December? When is that one coming back
For this further discussion.
for further discussion?
With your moving anything forward, that would come in through your strategic planning, because it's a plan.
So it's basically on hold in our court right now.
Until we get strategic plan completed.
Well,
Well, and you'll decide where drainage, if you want any projects to move forward, anything like that.
or for study or anything like that, it's
Yeah.
kind of up to us to.
It's a plan,
Directly.
it lets you know kind of.
The plan's final, but what you do to move it forward is on you.
But it is currently, that was sent to Alberta Environment.
Yeah, and we did get the approval, but any construction will require more approval steps, especially if they're wetlands.
So we need, as council, to decide which of the project, of the areas we want to move forward on.
Yeah.
If any.
If
If
any,
any,
yes, correct. But it's there. So
when is that going to be dealt with?
you're gonna talk about it at your strategic planning if that's something, and then we'll also bring it back during the budget process for capital.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll decide
In
which
the
ones.
meantime, that one company that had the $200,000 grant funding for that. The MPE or whatever,
When she gave you.
Yeah, the one.
Did we
the
not
ACP grant?
say that whether or not one of the drainage projects might actually fit on under some of their grant structures that they've
Yeah,
Identified?
They felt that it could be, yeah.
that it could be, so especially for,
We didn't get into details.
We didn't get
Just said
into-
we were
no.
looking at it.
but just so that you know, that's when you're contacting them, that's something, especially for is it Third Street that is where the
That's
properties,
the critical one.
that's the
That is
critical.
the
One more
one.
on, over here where the current pump platform is or whatever. There's
Yeah.
two main ones that I think if anything, we should probably deal with those sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Some of the other ones didn't appear to be, you know, they were more of the 100-year flood thing, and if all of these three events come together, it could be something.
I'll pull the ACP grant, cause the ACP grant, it's better when you're partnering, and it depends on your project, how you can partner. If it's internal, highly harder to get somebody to partner with you if it's a.
Well, this one,
village
they'd both be internal.
Well, the boat launch could be.
No, we're talking about the low areas.
Oh, yeah, they're all internal, so they, and then also your amount that you get in an ACP grant, the 200,000, up to 200,000 is if you have multiple partners. Under that grant.
But it's an internal structure thing.
No, so I'll bring back all the information with that and how
Cause
it.
those are the two that we probably should look at.
But they do cover grant, they do cover plans, but usually it's depending on what you do.
Is that a motion to bring that back?
Motion to review ACP grant and bring back criteria.
I guess I'm just, what I'm concerned about is I'm concerned about the two critical areas. I mean, it's all fine and good to say, oh, we'll just put it in our strat planning and figure out whether or not we're gonna do anything, but if we've already identified that there's a concern, cannot that report be segmented to take a look at specific pieces of it earlier rather than later?
Yeah, I don't think we need a strategic plan to determine that the two identified areas that have been dealt with in the past, that we need to either continue that or come up with a better idea, a better solution.
I'll break it down in 2 areas. And
Just
I can
because
bring it
that
back.
is the only two areas.
I'll
of
tell you the cost
concern.
estimates for part of the plan.
And maybe, you know, narrow it down a little, cause we did this whole village thing and it was like, yeah, but how's that practical or accomplished in any fashion? But these two are, and that is a risk.
Yeah, it's a huge risk, especially when you're considering spring runoff, because we don't know what
Yeah,
the level of snow coverage is gonna be
you never know.
and everything else, so.
Which we did break it down. I'll bring it back to those.
Those two specific, I think,
Yeah.
prior to the strategic planning, I think,
Yeah, I can
Those-
bring that.
yeah, bring that to the
So
next.
motion to bring back the 2 major concern projects from the Third Street and.
What's it called? That one down over there where the pump platform is.
Are you talking about where the pump goes under
Under
the
road.
under the
whatever.
road to the other side?
Yes,
Yeah, I'd have to look on it.
'Cause
see
that's-
which pond number that's called in that report or whatever, but
do you know what we're talking about there?
Terrace something.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Pheasant
We're
Terrace?
just gonna pull it up. I think it's Pheasant Terrace down that
That's
way.
what I was thinking, that it was Pheasant Terrace.
It is.
Yeah, I know exactly. It's back over there. You go and back,
Back in here.
back,
Or, no, it's not. Oh, it is Earl's Way, right here.
Yeah.
I can.
there.
By, lot 16. On, right here, this guy.
yeah,
Pumping across the road.
under the road to the.
Yeah.
To the farmer's field across
Yeah,
the way?
there's a, yeah,
There's a
a
slow
low spot in here and a low spot in here. So basically they pump across.
And so if
And
we
pump.
pump across, we're pumping into the county of Stellar.
Correct, the landowner.
It's the
Or the
landowner has given us
landowners,
permission to do
okay.
that, but the problem is that he could withdraw that permission.
That's correct.
You know,
And that one is as critical to the building that's right there.
The one house that's there.
Yeah, it's literally their backyard.
Drainage plan.
Yeah, I know it's a very big question.
So,
Earl's Way
motion-
West- Earl's Way West is the.
Okay,
Yeah.
a motion to bring at least those two critical ones back for discussion in the next meeting.
Yeah, next meeting
Okay,
from the drainage plan.
and okay, so what else? We have a motion on the table to approve the financials now?
Yeah.
Any further discussion? No,
10.1 to 10.4.
10.1 to 10.4, all in favor? Okay. Correspondence, library, proposed budget and notes, anything further to do on that? They didn't request anything, did they? They just suggested there's going to be an increase.
yes, and that's all in line with what I had brought back in last month's
Right, and
report.
it's a very minor increase.
Minor increase to $9.99. There was an option that the board looked at that would have been more, but that was defeated, and everything else in here is as reported. So I don't think it's anything that we need to do on it, but it gives us an idea of what will be in next year's budget. Sure.
Okay.
$9.99 figure, and the same population, which is
Yeah.
steady from last year.
Yeah.
That hasn't changed.
So you could do a motion to accept the proposed budget 2020, Parkland proposed budget 2026 as information at this point.
Was it?
Yep.
Yep. Okay,
And they're meeting minutes and board talk, so
Yeah, I do.
7.1, 2, and 3, yeah,
yes. Okay, motion to
except.
accept for information and 11.1 to 11.3. Is that what we want to do?
Mhm.
Okay,
And who would move
all
that?
in favor?
I do, okay.
Okay, stormwater plan information correspondence.
That is the one that we just actually talked about, that's the Third Street and,
Correct,
the other one.
but we wanted it more refined into 2 areas as opposed to the whole master plan.
Correct.
Okay.
So I would like to see a response to this ratepayer that, yes, we do have a plan. It is something that is on our radar to be looked at within the near future, or within the next couple of meetings, and they will be advised accordingly.
Okay.
So motion to send a letter to,
Response
letter
letter,
response.
letting them know that we are moving forward on this and we are aware of it and moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
All in
All
favor?
in favor? Okay, request for storage of fire suppression and my water tank trailer. So this was put forward by the fire committee. And they would like to store their tank and fire suppression unit in our building.
So this is for the winter season.
Yes,
So during fire season, is it kept somewhere else then?
yes.
Where's that?
It currently sits in
Van Dusen,
Van
sorry.
Dusen, in front of Van Dusen's house.
Okay,
I think we need to probably look at the longer term thing as well, because with this comes not just the storage so that it doesn't freeze up, but if they want it usable in the winter, which is I imagine why they want it winterproof. How does access work? Do we, okay, how does access work during the week? How does access work on the weekend? Because it's emergent or emergency response, how do they get quick access, or how do we even consider that?
and is that part of their intention, or is their intention just to have it?
The letter says storage.
If
Storage.
it's just for storage and if they winterize where it's fine, we have room in the cold storage. At this point, because
Fair
we've
enough.
got all of our equipment in the warm areas getting ready for
Yeah.
winter.
So that's
So we
implying
need-
that it's not available for emergency response.
So we
Well,
need to ask them if this is for cold storage or what's the purpose of this? Because if it's warm storage and they want to have a tank full of water ready to go in case there's a winter emergency,
Yeah,
that's a different thing than cold storage, that's warm storage. And then you got access issues.
I would, to get clarity like that, I think it would be easier for council to do a resolution stating that you would provide cold storage option. And if they require any further access points, we would need that clarity.
Okay.
But for storage until spring or end of March, whatever you wanna say, we will be able to find room in cold storage, but it would not be accessible during winter.
sure.
I think that's, and then if they want something different, they need to please advise.
Yeah, and then we'll just.
Cause that is completely different. That's access, that's utilizing a more valuable space. But the access thing is what I was concerned about.
Yeah, and then we don't meet the MGA requirements either when we start, because we're not supposed to be allowing a lot of access to municipal stuff.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay,
Did you get that resolution pretty clear? Or did I, you tell me what you've got?
That. Are you approving, you're
For cold,
approving for cold storage
during the winter,
till April 1st,
sure.
April 30th?
Well, depending on what the weather's like, yeah,
That's your guys' call.
because if
Well,
it gets warm early, then we're gonna start taking things off, and we'll need the cold storage. I don't know, I'd go April 1st would be the,
Yeah, I think so.
okay,
You know, we will, we can store it between, October 31st
Yeah.
to April 1st.
can we take it today? They wanna bring it over tomorrow?
Oh, we can make,
sure,
yeah,
Make it today's date.
October 20th.
Yeah.
To April
First.
April 1st. For cold storage.
and there'll be no access to the buildings between that time frame.
With only authorized access. available.
During regular operating hours. Otherwise,
Yeah,
we're gonna have other costs involved.
and just put it, if this does not meet your needs,
Let us know,
yeah, please,
further discussion.
please send an
Yeah,
additional
I don't,
request.
I'm not
Please
trying to
advise
shut them
provide
down at
further
all, this is
clarification.
just, if it's cold storage, it's easy, if it's warm required, then we got a little bit more work to do.
Well,
Yeah.
warm and or, you know,
Access,
continuous emergency access.
Right, because fires don't just happen Monday to Friday.
and not just in the summer months.
Yeah.
So if that's what they're looking at, if they're looking at it just for the summer months, that's a different thing. Okay,
I think let's deal with this,
yeah,
like this,
The
and if
request.
they need more, then we'll bring it back.
okay,
And what,
I can.
Ilona, all in favor? Okay, thank you card, Lauren, that's just for information.
Yeah, and then
Thank
you're
you.
gonna add your another.
And 11.7 new, was added.
Just as a question on Lauren's, thank you. We nominated Lauren, another person very deserving got the ASB Lifetime Award. Does Lauren know that we had nominated him?
No, we didn't advise anything until we wanted to go through it.
Yeah.
So there were 5 applications that came through,
Yeah, 5 nominations.
5 nominations, and yeah, the other.
He was
gentleman-
acknowledged in the nomination.
Yeah, it just might be nice to
Yeah.
get that back.
Send him
to
a letter.
You know, we nominated him and you.
And he was acknowledged.
He's acknowledged.
We will do up a
Yeah.
letter to
Okay.
let him know.
It's too bad we didn't know and take a picture of it.
Yeah,
I
could-
thought he already knew.
I'll send a thing to Kathy and say, hey, you had that little point you had on your
Yeah.
side there, and
Yeah,
I'll
that's-
just add it.
okay, 11.7, go, whose was that?
No stone unturned.
No stone left alone.
Alright.
Email sent on October 16th.
So there is a request. I don't think there was 500 in the budget,
No,
not that I was aware of. But there was some money expended. Or there, is or was, is it complete?
No, I will need to access some of these funds.
Okay,
yeah, hasn't been accessed yet.
so what how do we respond to this?
This is your guys' discussion. As it's not budgeted, it would either, if you're going to approve the request, it would come out of general reserves. You can approve any amount request, that's up to you guys in your discussion.
So what is the $500 for? It's for.
Crosses, replacing new crosses and some poppies. And he
Okay.
didn't ask for some of those, he asked for some of those funds. So we don't have that number, but we need to be able to respond with, is this something that we can support as a council and a village?
And do we keep them in cold storage here?
They have been previous
It was a personal thing and
Yeah.
and now it's a council thing or back to a personal thing. We need to determine whether we wanna continue to assume that or.
Because you'll also be allocating staff resources to go and clean this up or whatever you wanna do. This is council's discussion. Is this something you wanna continue? It's up to you guys.
So our maintenance person has gone out after the date, collected them and put them back, so that's the reference to maintenance time.
I don't think our last guy last year did it.
No, we didn't do it last year, but I guess previously it has been done. And I think the request is coming that this year it would be required. Is what I got out of it.
So is this something in Erskine that? I'm kind of curious to know why Erskine's not doing it, but. And the school and all of that, but. Stettler Rotary Club looks after it.
They look after Stettler, right?
Oh, but nobody looks after Erskine.
Right, so the Stettler Rotary Club, I know, coordinates with the school, and the school kids go out and put the crosses
Yep.
up, and the Rotary Club does the, Rotary Club, I think, including the Legion, does the service.
Yes, usually the Legion's involved in it also.
Yeah,
So Erskine doesn't have its own storage and council, that's part of the county, right? Under the county jurisdiction.
It's in county's jurisdiction, that's correct. And the cemetery, I'm assuming, is either under the county or a,
separate not-for-profit.
yeah. I don't know the full details of all of it.
So
And
our
the lead-
options are either to designate something that we don't have in the budget. Or just decline.
Well, I'm also cognizant, I mean, I know this is very dear to Lawrence Park and I'm, I'm thinking for this year, it's imminent, it's already underway, I think I would favor doing this and hopefully it's less than the $500 for a few new crosses and some new poppies. But, prior to next year, we may want to.
The action item would be to have Erskine, Roshan Sands, and White Sands meet and decide whether or not this is a project that they want to take on. Because part of his thought process is there's folks from Roshan Sands and White Sands buried there, but it's Erskine Cemetery. So I would think it could be a joint community type thing.
It could be, and I mean, it's not a big ask, it's to
Do we need to get one?
a few supplies and
Not for this year.
the time for cleaning it up afterwards. Probably not huge. Putting it back into storage, and I'm fine for it for this year, but that might be a resolution for next year is to look at making this multi.
So 2 resolutions, approve up to $500, including staff time or plus staff time.
You gotta take whatever hours he's gonna travel down there and go do all this and take it apart, bring it back.
Yeah, I would say. I would say up to $500 plus the staff time. That's kind of what it is here right now.
Yeah, that's how it's presented.
I really don't think the staff time will be more than a couple hours, but yeah, we're willing to donate that, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so Paul's making a motion to contribute up to $500 to do this activity, and you can reference that, and the maintenance this year. And then the second motion, which we'll vote on as well, is that we will review this and discuss this with Roshan, Erskine, and ourselves. And the county, I guess.
Well,
Is that a county thing, or is that, or is
Something
it,
like the Erskine Cemetery, is like a senior.
I don't know who
It
it's
could be a
administered.
not-for-profit, I'm not sure.
Erskine is the county though, right?
Yes, but there might,
But the cemetery
typically
could
there's a
be a-
non-for-profit maintenance person that mows and signs lots and all of that,
Hmm.
or plots, I should say.
Right.
So it's kind of, we don't know, so I don't know, maybe we could check with Lauren and find that out.
Yeah.
It's saying who's looks after it.
Yeah, and we'll release the money based on the receipts received.
Yes.
Yes, okay, so that's the first motion, let's get that one out of the way. All in favor? Okay, the second one is, set up a meeting with, find out who in Erskine manages that. And then, if it's for the benefit of both, White Sands and Roshan, then we'd like to have that discussion with them.
So can I just ask Larry, so you're gonna take it on, or do you want us to do a letter and direct back? That this should be a discussion open to
Yeah.
all those municipalities?
I would like to take it on as a village that we send out a letter inviting the other communities to participate in this, to form a committee to administer the no stone
Ongoing.
left alone.
Yeah.
Because this is the type of thing that I foresee could be under that
Yes.
community donation thing. I'm just looking at this, there's an Erskine Cemetery Club, which is a charitable organization. So there is a separate organization that actually runs that cemetery.
So so we're asking administration to contact the other two parties?
I would say County of Stettler, specifically for the village of Erskine, because it's the county.
Jurisdiction.
Village of Roshan Sands and the Erskine Cemetery Club, and say that we would like to
Have a discussion.
have a discussion, form a committee.
Right?
Perfect.
Good with
For future.
Yeah,
Okay. That was it for the open meeting. Now, do we have a closed session going into?
yes, we
So-
should, so what you should do is
We
do
need to-
a rest, are you ready?
Yeah, okay,
Oh, we didn't
Gotta
vote
vote
on that
on those
last
two.
one.
yeah, gotta vote on it.
Yeah.
You're good,
Motion, yeah, okay,
just let me piece, okay, motion move by who to go in, and then.
Leona,
Okay. To move into. Session. For fire service agreement, Alberta Information Transparency Act, ADA, section 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations. At 12:23 PM. So give me a second.
Okay, motion on camera.
Motion on camera,
So moved.
Yeah,
okay, and Mayor gonna do that, come out
sure.
at 1:31. Okay, first motion,
So moved.
moved by, who's gonna put their name on it?
I will.
And the motion is,
To have the, closed session joint meeting with the Summer Village of Rose Sands by October 31st. Whatever wording the
It's
rest
a
of the.
fire.
for the purpose of reviewing. Got it?
Yeah.
And discussing the proposed regional fire commission model and 2025 fire services cost sharing program.
Yep.
And then we vote on it.
Okay, all in favor
The next one,
is that we direct administration to arrange a joint in-camera meeting with the Summer Village of Rocham Sands, inviting the county of Stettler to attend as a delegation for the purpose of reviewing and discussing the proposed regional fire commission model and the 2025 fire servicing cost sharing formula.
now you vote.
And that's, yeah,
Right, all in favor?
all in favor, okay,
And then
passed.